the city. It's a sight to behold. Well, the men moving well. They've gone through 1K, as I said, in 2:50, and 2K was passed in 5:47. So that was 2:57, that next kilometre. And then 3K has been passed in 8:42. Now, maybe the wind is already affecting them. They'll be looking to get to 5K, the leading men, in around 14 minutes. So let's hope they manage that. The Topkapi Palace was so famous, built by Sultan Mehmed II in the 15th century.
6500 sporcu 21 km start aldılar. Toplam 18.000 sporcu bugün yarım maratonda start almış oldu. Başarılar diliyoruz. Tarihi yarımadanın büyüleyici manzarası eşliğinde.
Well, we're making attempts to get this music turned down here near the start-finish area because it's so loud it's almost hard to think straight. But anyway, it's a men's race, big pack. What, about 12 or 14 strong at the moment? 11 minutes on the clock and approaching 4K. Now that was interesting. Where was Alex Matata heading off to? Is he heading towards a drink station? Shouldn't be a drink station this early. There he is, extreme left of picture in the long white socks. Why has he moved right over to the left there? To the right for them as they're running, as they're moving along. I've just got a sneaking feeling that they're running into the wind here. I think this is hard work. I think the wind might be coming from the north. Doing a fine job, the pacemakers at the moment. You can see that lead pacemaker leaning into the wind and trying to make progress. Abraham Akopesha, Jacob Kozgai and Aaron Kipkoria-Bet, the pacemakers. Now here's the women's field, and Sheila Chalangat in the orange vest. First time we've seen her. She's right up there now with Miriam Chebet. Again, these women tucked in behind these pacemakers, getting as much shelter as they possibly can. Michael Kiplangat, second to left there in the green and black. He's a pacemaker, as indeed is Bernard Sang in the yellow t-shirt and white. And up there too is one of the leading Turks, Ahmed Elkanoglu, who will be hoping to run down towards 64, 65 minutes if he can live with the leading women. His best 63.57. That was in 22, as you can see. His season's best 64.56. But those leading local athletes are a long way behind this leading pack of men at the moment. We've gone through 4K in 11:44. That fourth kilometre, I thought they were leaning into the wind. That 4K at 3:02. It's difficult because it means they are really struggling here to hold on to anything close to the tempo they want to get under 59 minutes. They need 2:48 or even as slow as 2:50 to get close to 59 minutes. And that opening kilometre was 2:50. The second kilometre was at 2:57. And then obviously they turned into the wind as they swept to left The third kilometres were 2:55, so they're not even close to the required tempo at the moment. And I said they need to be near 14 minutes at 5K. It's going to be a long way outside that, I'm afraid. As we see Ahmed Alkanoglu bouncing along there, close to the lead women. He knows if he stays close to them, he won't be far shy of his target. But this is interesting. The lead women seem to have broken up. Sheila Chalanga, the defending champion, won here last year in 66.47, enjoying herself out there. So the Hagia Sophia, officially the Hagia Sophia Mosque, is a mosque and major cultural and historical site in Istanbul. It was originally built as an Orthodox church and was used as such from the year 360 until the conquest of Istanbul by the Ottoman Empire in 1453. It served as a mosque until 1935 when it became a museum, and in 2020 once again returned to being a mosque. Well, I count 12 men in that lead pack, and at the moment the long white socks are very visible there for Alex Matata, Alex Nzioka Matata to give him his full name. Now he shouldn't be having to lead at this stage. There should be pacemakers out in front, but I think here they have taken a further left, and they've gone through 5K in 14:37. Yeah, I thought it was a long way off what they wanted. They'll start clawing back that time when they get the wind behind them. But they've gone through 5K, and very soon they'll turn right over the Galata Bridge. There's a slight drop as they make a left-hand turn at the far end of the bridge and do a U-turn, in fact. Eminonu, now one of the most essential parts of Istanbul's historical texture. Eminonu hosts iconic places like the Egyptian Bazaar, the new mosque, the Septiçela Mansion and Gulen Park, making one of the city's most established and historical areas. We recommend visiting these places to continue your historical journey after the run. I hope you're making notes, because Istanbul is a fascinating city. You could kill a week here visiting so many astonishing structures and still not see all of it. Here they go then, turning right onto the Galata Bridge. They are running towards Karakoy on the far side there, and up the hillside, just out of shot at the top of your picture, is the Galata Tower, built in 1348, one of the most famous structures in the city. But 14:37 at 5K, well, that is way outside what they wanted. You can see that the pack there is what, about, yeah, well, I think I counted 14 men in that lead pack. And Şeşken Ataç is up there at the moment, the 27-year-old Turk, the leading Turk. He won here back in 2020 and has been in fabulous form in the marathons recently. He was ran 2:08 in Seville last year, then 2:09 in Hamburg, and then Daegu earlier on this year, he ran 2:07. So he is quite capable of challenging the best of the Africans here today. It'll be fascinating to see if he can live with them through to the latter stages. Ali Kaya is up there as well, the 31-year-old, who was the winner here back in 2016. These days, more recently, the race has been won exclusively by East Africans. But Kaya, well, he has great track pedigree. He's a 27-24, a 10,000-meter runner. The Galata Bridge, well, spanning the Golden Horn, as I mentioned, and connecting Karakoy and Eminonu. This bridge is one of the rare bridges in the world with a tramway on it. So Alex Matata running really aggressively. Now here's that left-hand turn. It's one of 2 U-turns they have to make in the race. In fact, 3, just checking my map. They negotiate that one. Slight slowing there, but not much. Just almost sort of kissing the Karakoy district, because they make that U-turn and then head back over the Galata Bridge. They've enjoyed a slight drop as they come off the bridge and that U-turn. Now correspondingly, of course, a slight climb as Matata begins to impose himself on this one, and there's a slight lead and a gap between the man in the long white socks and the pack. So, Sheila Chalanga, we saw Miriam Chebet earlier on pushing on very strongly, but she seems to have been dropped now. Sheila Chalanga, who's a great track racer, she has real pedigree, fabulous cross-country runner too. She's good on all surfaces. 27 years old, She was 6th in Valencia last year in 66.06. That's her lifetime best. But won here last year in 66.47. Member of the Kenyan police is Chalangat. It always helps if you run the shortest line. I think Michael, her pacemaker there, needs to keep concentrating. Michael Kiplanga needs to keep concentrating on the best line to run. She's negotiated the left-hand turn in Karakoy, so is heading back over the Galata Bridge now. And looking at those other athletes behind Alex Matata, Shadrach Kipkirui in second place, a 60-40 performer, as we see Chalangat heading back over the Galata Bridge, running southwards now. And then when she gets over the bridge, she'll take a right and head up alongside the southern bank of the Golden Horn. So if you can imagine, the Bosphorus is a north-south, huge sort of alleyway for shipping between the Mediterranean, the Sea of Marmara, in fact, below that the Mediterranean, and then the Black Sea to the north, the infamous Black Sea. Well, the Golden Horn is a tributary pointing off to the left of the Bosphorus for a few miles, and it's along the banks of that, the southern banks of that they are now running. Alex Matata feeling the heat a little bit here. He has fabulous consistency at the half marathon. Get this, Matata there in the long white socks ran 5 half marathons last year and he won 4 of them. Quite astonishing. In fact, he's won 7 of his last 8 half marathons, Matata. He is super strong, super consistent, and aiming for 59 minutes here today, sub 59, and actually leading them a merry dance at the moment. Nobody else contributing to this pace. He's having to do all the work to the left of the picture there, whereas for Sheila Chalangat, all the work being done by a pacemaker. There is the Galata Tower, quite magnificent. I haven't been up it yet, I might try and do tomorrow morning. It's located in the Bayoglu district, built in 1348 as a watchtower as a part of the walls of Galata. The tower is currently being used as an exhibition place and a museum, but every time I've been there in the last 3 or 4 years, there have been huge queues to get up it, and I've been put off. So I might try again tomorrow, perhaps early tomorrow morning. Glorious structure. I mean, it is unique, and even though it's not super tall, you can see it from so many points of the city. It's a structure, it's positioned wonderfully, so you can see it from so many different parts of Istanbul. Now, Bernard there, Bernard Sang, passing a drink to Sheila Chalangat, and he shouldn't really be doing that. Dare I say, that is on the grey area between legal and not. Miriam Chebet, there he's passing a drink to. Actually, she's back in second place, I think. Yes. Bernard helping the second place woman, Miriam Chebet. She ran 3 half marathons last year. She was second in Istanbul. Oops, we've lost her already. I'll go with the pictures, but we are jumping around a lot. But there's Alex Matata, and it looks like he's beginning to break away here because he's stretching this pack. Do you remember, about 6 or 8 minutes ago, it was 14 strong. Well, now it's been pulled apart, and there's only about 6 or 7 men in shot, and Alex Matata is asking all the questions, and he's testing them here dramatically. He went through 5K in 14:37, 6K when they were out of the wind in 17:26. And that one, that 6 kilometers with 2:50, getting back down to the required tempo as we see the masses passing over the Galata Bridge and passing the Egyptian Spice Bazaar, located in the Eminonu quarter of Fatih district. It's the most famous covered shopping complex after the Grand Bazaar. It was built in 1660. Spice Bazaar. There's 85 shops selling spices. Crikey, what a selection. Turkish delights and different kinds of food, such as dried nuts and fruits, jewellery and souvenirs. No surprise there. So Matata has broken away. It's gone through 6K in 17:26 and 7K in 2010. And that 7th kilometre, wow, no wonder he's broken away. Get this, his 7th kilometre was a 2:43. He has blasted through this last couple of kilometres. His 8th kilometre, a 2:44. He has really turned it on here to try and make up that ground that he lost in the early kilometers when they were running into that strong breeze. The projected winning time is just outside 60 minutes now. He's still moving along that south bank of the Bosphorus, of the Golden Horn, and sheltered from the wind a little bit more here. Checking his watch. Sheila Chalanga. Well, she doesn't have a big lead. You can see that second pair behind her. That is Bernard Sang and Miriam Chebet. Only, what, about 40 meters down, something like that, about 6 or 8 seconds down. Sheila Chalanga has got to keep pushing hard here. Let's have a look at the splits for the women's race. If I can find them here for you. It does look like I'm only getting splits for the men, unfortunately. That matters not. Chalanga, we will try to get a splits for those women sorted for you. 25 minutes on the clock. And Alex Matata looking really strong. There you can see that map, bottom left of your screen, the main blue part across the middle of the picture. That is the Golden Horn. To the bottom right of that map is the Bosphorus, continuing on its way up to the Black Sea. He's running along that southern bank of the Golden Horn at the moment. And he looks good, doesn't he? His first race outside Kenya, get this, he is 27, wasn't until April last year. Quite astonishing. But aiming for sub-59 here with the confidence of the wonderful consistency he's shown through last year and this year. There you can see where Sheila Chalanga is. That's a circle in the middle of the map is where she is. She's moving upwards and to the left along the south bank of the Golden Horn. And then they make a turn at about 10.5 kilometers, about 10.6 kilometers, a U-turn, a left-hand U-turn, head back down along the same road, but just with the Golden Horn to their left. Here's some of the masses crossing the Galata Bridge. Heading back, they've been over the bridge once already, they're coming back, heading southwards now, and they'll take a right turn as they come off the bridge. Well, back to this shot of the leaders. Well, the women, the leading women, have gone through 5K Sheila Chalanga in 15:28. I can tell you that. And that, again, will be slow because the wind has been so difficult. But 15:28, well, I say it's slow. It equates to about 65.5 minutes. So the women are closer to their target schedule than other men, and I think that's because they've been able to tuck in behind male pacemakers who were able to push through that wind at the tempo that the ladies require, whereas the leading men, of course, have had a tougher task in the early kilometers running into the wind. Anyway, Alex Matata had a little glance over his shoulder there, but I don't think he needs to because he's pushing on really strongly, trying to see who's in second place in that men's race. I think it's Gamachu Bute, the Kenyan, the Ethiopian 23-year-old who was third here last year in his personal best of 60.03. So I think that's Bute back in second place. 5K, remember, 14:37 for Alex Matata. And 9K now, he's gone through in 25:41. And he has blasted through these last 3 or 4 kilometers. That was at 2:48. So his last 4 kilometers have been 2:50, 2:43, 2:44, 2:48. And he's getting closer and closer to sub-60-minute tempo. And then, of course, when he gets the wind behind him, in much of the second half of the race, he may claw back even more time. He is moving well, isn't he? Don't see many Kenyans wearing long socks like that, pressure socks they call them. The theory is that they hold the muscle in place more and stop all the vibration going through the muscle, which is a little bit stressful. And also, the pressure from the socks returns the blood to the heart. Once the blood has been pumped down into the legs, it needs to fight gravity and get back up towards your heart to be replenished with oxygen. Those socks help its journey back up to the heart. So situated on the shores of the Golden Horn, the colourful and historical neighbourhood of Balat, known for its multicultural structure and steep, narrow streets, gets its name from Palastion, meaning palace. Balat continues to preserve and perpetuate Istanbul's rich historical and cultural heritage and is one of the most colourful points of our world record race course. And it is a world record race course, thanks to that run by Ruth Chepngetich back in April 2021. Well, 10K, 28:38 now for Alex Matata. 28:38, and that, just checking, represents something just outside 60:20. So that 10th kilometre was at 2:57. He has slowed quite significantly in that one. I'm not sure why, because he hasn't really turned or changed direction. You can hear the wind, though, can't you, in the microphone of the bike camera. Now he negotiates that left-hand turn at about 10.6k, Matata. Sheila Chalangat trying to head to that same point, but hasn't really made much gap between herself and the chaser, Miriam Chebet, who set her personal best in Cardiff last October. Good consistent racer, though. She was 6th in the Al-Khobar marathon, half marathon, back in the middle of December in 68 minutes. And Alex Matata now, I wonder if he's got a bit of wind behind him once again, because he's flying here. Look at that lovely long stride. Keeps checking his watch. He's constantly thinking on his feet. He's a cerebral racer. And the gap back to the athlete in second place, Gemetru Bute, is growing. There's no doubt about that. The official time for him at 10K, 28:41, in fact, for Matata. He was hoping to be at around 28 minutes, so he's got a lot of work to do through the second half. And Segu, it is, in second place. Berhanu Segu of Ethiopia at 10K was some 8 seconds down. Now, Miriam Chebet, 7 10K races she ran last year on the roads. Her personal best 30:40 was in Ibiza in January last year. On the track, she's run 30:27. That was last year as well. She's a fabulous racer on the track and the roads. This is her 6th half marathon, so she's got experience, but she's still learning. Lovely looking runner too, isn't she? High heels coming up behind her with each stride, and I think that gap is closing. I think Miriam Chebet has closed slightly on Sheila Chalangat. Well, what a turn up. They went through 5K in 15:28. Chebet was 3 seconds down at that point. They're not far from the 10K point now. To be on 65-minute tempo, they want to go through 10K in 30:50, so they should have passed 10K. Actually, I'm just waiting for that 10K split for the leading women to come through. 31:05, it has come through. 10K 31:05. So they have run that second 5K much quicker than the first. 31:05. Well, that puts them on schedule. Just checking my charts for about 65:30. Sveti Stefan Church, located on the Golden Horn between Balat and Fena neighborhoods. This church, affiliated with the Bulgarian Exarchate, is among the symbols of Istanbul. Now, Matata continues to press on. What was that 11th kilometre? I remember his 10th kilometre was a slowing after 3 or 4 very quick splits. His 11th kilometre, he went through in 31:30, and his 11th kilometre, a 2:52. So, yeah, fighting the wind a little bit, maybe heading southeast alongside the Golden Horn. Well, the Sveti Stefan Church, as I said, it's this church affiliated with Bulgarian Exile Church is among the symbols of Istanbul, which has hosted many civilizations. It has, of course, it's a real crossroads of civilizations, and it's been battled over the years. It used to be called Constantinople, of course. Now, Istanbul. Matata hit, getting good support from these spectators, and here's firing along here so quickly. It's quite some achievement, shut down roads of this scale in a city this big. It's Europe's second biggest city, Istanbul. The Golden Horn, well, it's an inlet of the Bosphorus with 2 rivers draining into it at the far end. It's considered to be the world's largest natural harbour and separates the European shore of Istanbul into 2. It's 7.5 kilometres long and 750 metres across at its widest. Its maximum depth where it flows into the Bosphorus is about 35 metres. Yes, it's a very, very significant waterway indeed. Well, this is a tough way to do it. For Alex Nzioka Matata, the 27-year-old Kenyan, chasing his personal best here, set at Ras Al Khaimah on the 1st of February with 59.20. This is a very, very tough way to do it, all on your own, no pacemakers, no assistance. The crowd to the right of picture become his supporters, in effect, some of them applauding him. But has he got the strength to maintain this? His consistency has been extraordinary in the half marathon this last year and a half or so. 3 half marathons already this year, and he's won them all. But I do wonder if that's not overcooking it a bit, if he might be running on slightly tired legs, as we see Sheila Chalangat, and she is being reeled in, there's no doubt about it. Wow, that gap has closed quite dramatically. 36 minutes on the clock, and Miriam Chebet is now only about 20 metres down. And they're well past halfway. And Chebet, I think, is going to regain contact with Sheila Chalangat. A fascinating battle building in that women's race, whereas this is a dominant run from Alex Nzioka Matata. One of the most consistent half-marathon runners in the world at the moment, Matata. Yes, you can see, left of picture, look at the gap behind Matata. It's grown, nobody else in sight. Whereas Sheila Chalangat, in the orange there to the right, is under pressure. I wonder if she knows that Miriam Chebet is coming. On paper, they're not too different. Chalangat in orange has a best of 66.06. Chebet's best, 66.43. And she's gradually, very gradually closing as Miriam Chebet. Only 22, closing on her compatriot, Chalangat. The pair of them Kenyans. Chalangat, remember, in orange, the defending champion. So Matata last year, what a year he had. He won in Padua in April last year. Then he went to Bucharest in Romania. He won that in May. Then he went to Larne in Northern Ireland in August, and he won that one in 59.46. Then he went to Delhi in October and ran 59.52. And then in December, he went to Al Khobar in Saudi, and he won that one in 60.17. He had an astonishing year, and the gap behind him, yes, you can really see left of picture how big the gap is behind Alex Matata. It's enormous. This is a beautiful run from him so far. Let me update you with his splits. He went through 12k in 34.07, and his last kilometre then 2:37. Yeah, getting the wind behind him again. 13k 36.54. That's a 2:47. He's really clicking off some fast splits now as Alex Matata. as he is at about 2/3 distance, approaching 14k. That 13k split, 36.54, was over 2 minutes ago now. And they are together. And Miriam Chebet has closed up on Sheila Chalangat very quickly indeed. And Chalangat must be tiring because she has slowed quite dramatically. And the two pacemakers now, this is a fascinating situation. Michael Kiplangat in the green, Bernard Sang in the yellow. I think they had a quick word with each other there. And I wonder if there's a degree of sort of ownership between the pacemakers and the female athlete they're helping. Whether Bernard Sang will push on here or if they will just run as a little pack for a few minutes. Had a quick glance there of Alex Matata. But back to this women's group where Miriam Chebet and Sheila Chalangat are battling it out. And they went through 10k in 31.05 and 31.13 respectively. The distance between them was 8 seconds at 10k, but here we are with 40 minutes on the clock, some 9 minutes later, and they're together. So certainly Miriam Chebet has looked much the stronger this last 2 or 3 kilometers. Each of these two ladies tucked in right behind their pacemakers and able to shelter from any wind out there. When it's really intense, they'll move in even closer. As you can see, the masses passing on the other side. So they're at about 13k here, heading back down towards the Bosphorus, still on the south bank of the Golden Horn. The Ataturk Bridge coming up on their left. That's another bridge that crosses the Golden Horn. But here is Matata now. He's gone through 14k in 39.44. That was a 2:50. He's still cranking out great splits here. And his projected time for the last 10 minutes or so has been below 60 minutes, 59.53, his projected time now. Now, he wanted to break 59, and if that is to happen, when he's got about 6 or 7 kilometers to go, Matata needs to blast through these next few kilometers, and for much of it, he will have the wind behind him. I think he's running into the wind here. Look at the way the vest, his singlet, is pressed against his skin. I think he's running into the wind here. This might be a tough section, as he's heading eastwards now. He's swung slightly eastwards and approaching 15k, but when he bends right just before 16k, then I think he'll get the wind behind him, and he might get some benefit from the very strong winds blowing across the city today. It's a great shame because most years there are breezes, strong winds across the city in April, which compromise the performance of these elite athletes. Just occasionally you get a good day, and I think that's what happened back in 2021 when Ruth Chepngetich set her world record, then world record of 64.02. Of course, the world record now 62.52. Well, into Senbet Gide. That was in Valencia, Spain, back in October 2021. So Chepngetich's world record only lasted some 6 months or so. The men's world record, by the way, if you didn't clock it a few weeks back, Jacob Kiplimo of Uganda ran 56.42 on the 16th of February in Barcelona. Now, you heard me right, about 10 weeks ago, 56.42. And yet anything under 60 minutes is fabulous running. So 14.37 for the first 5k, then 28.41 at 10k, and then 42.39 at 15k. 42.39 at 15k for Matata here. Barring disaster, I don't think there's much doubt he's got the race won. That 15th kilometre, by the way, at 2:55, so he has been fighting the wind. They've got gradually slower these last 3 kilometres. His 13th kilometre was a 2:47, then the 14th at 2:50, and then the 15th at 2:55. Very tough to get to 3/4 distance and to be fighting the wind as he is having to do. And of course it's the same for all these masses as well, but many of them are on a sort of get round schedule rather than necessarily having to aim for a a fast time or a personal best. Plenty of them, of course, would be running for charity in what is a wonderful tour of this city, which is such an astonishing mix of cultures. Here's that lead women's pairing, and we have lost a pacemaker. It's Michael Kiplangat rather, and Bernard Sang looks to have dropped out, the pacemaker who was helping specifically Miriam Chebet. And now these two women are tucked in behind Michael Kiplangat Mutai, and he is doing the job for them as they press on alongside the Golden Horn. The Golden Horn to their left, you can see the Bosphorus, top left of picture, that's the Bosphorus main waterway through the middle of Istanbul. So 15 kilometers then, 42.39. And if I go to my table and look at what that represents, he's on schedule for about 59.45. And at 15k, well, he had a slight lead. Just going to check what that lead is again on my trusty computer here. And I can tell you that 15k, 42.39 for Matata, 43.14 for Segu. That means his lead was 35 seconds at that point at 15k. Segu, Berhanu Segu, quite a character, the second placer in the men's race. More of him in a minute as we see this lovely drone shot of the leading pair in the women's half marathon. And they're bearing right here and heading back towards the Bosphorus. Swinging right, and we'll get away from the Golden Horn. "46 minutes on the clock. We're entering the final quarter of this race for Alex Matata. What a brave run he's had so far. Now here he is moving alongside the Bosphorus. Berhanu Segu in second place, chasing hard, but he was 35 seconds down at 15k. His time 43.14. And Alex Matata will have no idea what Segu is doing. Segu, as I was saying, quite a character. He was actually busted for EPO doping, I'm afraid, back in 2019 and sat out a 4-year ban. Very sad to read that sort of information off an athlete's CV. Alex Matata, well, he's not been busted. He's just a raw talent who's relatively new to the scene. Like I said earlier, his first race outside Kenya wasn't until April last year when he won the Padua half marathon in 59.37 in Italy. Then he went to Bucharest and won that in 61 minutes, and went to Lahn and ran 59. He ran 59 again when he was second in Delhi, and then he ran 60, just outside 60 in December in Al-Kabar. It was a fabulously consistent year, but that does take it out of you. And as I mentioned, he's already run 3 half marathons this year, so he looks like he tries to run pretty much a half marathon a month at the moment, and it's working out okay. There's that city wall I was mentioning, the old city wall of Istanbul. Fascinating, and it's much, much bigger than that in places. That's a small section, believe me. Lovely shot there of Matata. And he's moving southwards now. He's gone through 16k and 45.33. Now this is where he should start getting significant help from the wind. Unless it's swung, unless it's changed, he should here start feeling a strong wind on his back. You can see Michael Kiplangat Mutai here leaning into the wind with the ladies tucked in behind him in single file. That's a clear indication they're running into the wind. Chalangat 46.48. There was only a second in it at 15k. And that 46.48 split for the ladies at 15k. Well, that represents something around 65-45, so they are running incredibly well. With the help of those male pacemakers, intrinsically they're actually running better against the clock than are the lead men, but it's so tough for Alex Matata, having to do every bit of the work himself. And indeed, Berhanu Segu here isn't getting any help either. He's so isolated in second place that he's having to do all the work himself too. He's in good form. He was second in the Dubai Marathon back on the 12th of January in 2:05. We know he's strong. He won the Lille Half Marathon back on the 16th of March, about 5 weeks ago, in 60:11. So he's running well at half and full marathon is Segu. Alex Matata, well, he hasn't yet run a marathon. He's very much a half marathon specialist. And this is where he's got to dig down and really apply himself, really focus. There's the leader left of picture, Alex Matata. He had a 35-second lead at 15K. He's gone through 17K now at 16K 45.33. That was at 2:54, so that was a slowing. And then at 17K, well, he has picked it up. Yeah, the wind's behind him at 2:46, inside the split pace he needs. And let's hope he continues to benefit from a tailwind now and flies through this last 5K. 17K, last 4K. He's got about 12 minutes of hard running to come, and he's looking really strong. Less than that, in fact. I think he's going to break 60 here today, barring disaster. But how far under 60 will it be? Here is that women's race. And building wonderfully, isn't it? Sheila.
Stop using ChatGPT like everyone else and do this instead. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI.
January in 68 minutes. She won the Kenyan police cross country back in the middle of January. That was in Nairobi. Many of these Kenyan athletes run for one of the government agencies, the police or the customs or sometimes the military. And it's effectively government sponsorship of their top athletes. I don't think most of them have to do that much work for the agency that they're sponsored by, but they do have to turn out for the championships and represent those organisations. And there's a lot of pride at stake when it comes to the cross-country championships between the different agencies. But she is the police cross-country champion of Kenya, Sheila Chelangat in orange. Miriam Chebet tucked in there in second place in the white vest. Lovely looking performer, isn't she? Covers the ground so well. That's a personal best of Chebet, 30:40 over 10K to win the Ibiza half marathon in January last year. Shows she's got really good leg speed. I wonder if she can just sit in there behind Chelangat, maybe out-kick her in the latter stages. Back to Alex Matata, though. I don't think he's going to break 59 minutes today. I think it's a very, very tall order. Tough for him to have had to lead virtually the entire race. We shall see. He's gone through 18 kilometers now, and that 18th kilometer, well, at 2:45. Wow. His last couple of kilometers, 2:46 and 2:45. He is flying. 51:03 at 18 kilometers. So what a contrast. The glorious isolation of Alex Matata in the men's race, where he has a lead of over 30 seconds on Berhanu Segu in second place. Whereas in the women's race, we've got an enthralling competition battling between the champion and second placer from 12 months ago. It is a sense of deja vu here. But Chelangat winning last year in 66:47. Chebet last year was second in 67:14, so she lost by 27 seconds last year. I don't think it's going to be as big a gap between them this year. It may not be much gap at all, because with 53 minutes on the clock, they're almost inseparable, these two athletes, with Michael Kiplangat Mutai having done a wonderful job as a pacemaker. And now maybe Miriam Chebet just beginning to suffer a little bit. That's a gap. That's a significant gap, 3 or 4 meters. And maybe Chelangat has had a word with Michael Kiplangat, I don't know. Maybe she had a word with a pacemaker and said, I'm feeling okay, let's push on. But there's no doubt about it that literally in the last 30 seconds or so, Miriam Chebet, in second place in the white vest, has had to ease back a little bit, and she's losing ground. And that's tough, because with nearly an hour on the clock, she's put up a wonderful battle. She had to close on Chalangat, who had a 9 or 10 second lead at one point, about 20 minutes ago, moved up to her compatriot, but now Sheila Chalangat perhaps turning the screw here. Miriam Chebet is suffering. And this is one of those situations where I have to say, I think the pacemaker should drop out, because he's now helping one athlete and the second place athlete hasn't got any help, and that's unfair. That is not an even playing field. I really do think in these situations, in great distance races, at about 3/4 distance, the pacemakers should drop out and let the race unfold in a fair fight. Downhill section here for Alex Matata. And listen to this, 19K, 53.50. He's really maintaining that pressure as a 2:46. That 19th K is gradually clawing back the ground he lost in the first few kilometers when they were running into the wind. And his projected winning time now is 59.46. Well, unfortunately, nowhere near the sub-59 that he wanted, unless he can blast the last 2 kilometers like some kind of a superhuman. Great support for him there. That will give him a little surge of adrenaline. 55 minutes on the clock, nearly 56 minutes. He's got about 3, maybe 3.5 minutes of hard running to come. And he's got to double down here and keep driving hard through this final section. He's approaching 20K. Very close to 20K. That will come up any second. And then a few hundred meters after 20K, he'll make a U-turn and head back to the finish line here at the Langa bus terminal in Yenikapi. Reclaimed land. That the 20K marker, I think, and he goes through that one in what, 56.36, something like that. He still looks relaxed, doesn't he? There has to be fatigue there, though. He's worked so hard. 56.35 it was at 20K. That was at 2:45. To his credit, 2:45. To his credit, he has worked so hard these last few kilometers. His last 4K have been 2:46, 2:45, 2:46, 2:45. It's been a fantastic effort. 56.35 at 20K. So let's have a look what that equates to. Yeah, he's going to be down around 59.40, I think, come the finish. It won't be a personal best. It's been a windy day. His personal best, remember, goes back to Ras Al Khaimah on the 1st of February when he ran 59.20 for a win there, a close win in a very tight race. There's the finish line of the 10K. The thousands who entered that one, remember, some 9,500 and more ran the 10K. Most of them have finished their race now. To the right of picture, there is Benahanu Segu. Now at 20K, Segu is quite some way down. I don't think he's past the 20K point yet. Yes, he has now, and he's exactly a minute down at 20K. So the form of Alex Matata has been quite fantastic these last 4 or 5K, and that's why the gap has opened up on Benahanu Segu. Both of them running in identical conditions, in effect, in isolation. And when the wind's behind them, they benefit. When the wind's in front of them, they have to work harder. Whereas in the women's race, the pacemaker, Michael Kiplangat Mutai, has stayed with Sheila Chalangat through these latter stages when Miriam Chebet is suffering. And I think he should drop out and let it be an equal, fair, more fair contest. He's negotiated that last U-turn at Yenikapi in the Yenikapi district as Alex Matata now driving towards the finish line. He's got a few hundred meters to go. 58.54 on the clock. He was hoping to break 59 minutes. He'll be so frustrated that's not happened today because of the wind. You can see here now, he is working really hard on this final stretch towards the finish line at 21.1k. The Sea of Marmara on his right, the Bosphorus and the Sea of Marmara meeting near here. And the finish line beckons for this man who has run quite magnificently today. It's yet another victory for this man. Before today, 3 half marathons this year, each of them have been wins. A big win in Ras Al Khaimah in February, a big fill in Meishan in China 2 weeks later, and a big win in Yangzhou on the 30th of March. But he's going to win here today, and watch the clock. He breaks the tape here in this 20th Turkey Bankazi Istanbul half marathon. It's been a fantastic effort, around 59.40 I got him. We'll wait for that official time to come through. But what a run from him as he punches the air, puts his arms aloft, and a quite superb performance from Matata, a dominant performance. Here is the second placer, the Ethiopian 25-year-old Berhanu Segu. His best 59.42 was in Lisbon back in 2019. Does have good speed. He's run good, well over 10 kilometers on the roads and great on the track as well. 27 minutes, just outside 27 minutes he ran at Hengelo back in 2019 for 10,000 meters. But that 57.35 clocking at 20k put him exactly 1 minute behind the leader, Alex Matata. And he has negotiated that final U-turn now in the Yanikapi district and heads towards the finish line. It's going to be an isolated second place for him now as he crosses the line there in about 60.48 unofficially. We'll wait for that time to be confirmed. 59.40 is confirmed for the winner, Alex Matata. So just over a minute down, Segu in second place. We haven't seen the third placer for a long time, but I think it's Matthew Semperu, the 31-year-old, who was 7th here last year. He'll have run slower today. The wins this year, a little bit stronger than last year. And here is the sprint for third place. And it is Shadrach who comes home for third place. That's Shadrach Kipkurui. Great run from him, winning third place on the run in there, just easing past Matthew Semperu. And fifth place, that looks like one of the Turks who's coming through. It is Sezgin who comes through, and that's a great run from him. It looks like 61.50 for him. Wow, that is quite some run. Sezgin Atac, I think, has just run a personal best. And that would be extraordinary on a day like today. Matthew Semperu is 61.32. His time in fourth place. But this is the battle for the women's title. And it's been building wonderfully this last half hour or so. And there's still not a big gap between Sheila Chalangat and Miriam Chebet. Chebet there in white, left a picture. Just started losing ground a few minutes ago. They were together for many kilometers. And now as they go through 20k, I think that is in 62.42, give or take. So Chebet, Miriam Chebet in second place, has got about 3 minutes in which to catch Sheila Chalangat. And that's going to be very tough because Chalangat is the defending champion. She's tough, she's a half marathon specialist. She ran 4 last year, including her win in 66.47 on this course. She has run quite superbly, although she has had the help of a pacemaker through these latter stages, and that's a great shame. I think the pacemaker, when there's a battle going on between two women, should move aside. You can see Miriam Chebet now doubling down and trying to get back to Sheila Chalangat. Has she got the speed? In the white vest there in second place, she's closing. 63.5 minutes on the clock, and Sheila Chalangat could be under threat here. I wonder if she knows. She needs to check over her shoulder. The pacemaker, Michael Kiplangat, really should move aside because you can see as they're running into the wind here, Chalangat tucks in behind him to get some shelter. And Miriam Chebet in second place does not have that luxury. She's about 10 meters down, but the gap is closing with every stride. 64 minutes on the clock. These two athletes have got about a minute and a half to go, and Miriam Chebet is driving so hard to close. Look, there's the gap. A wonderful drone shot here as they head towards that final U-turn. They've gone through 20K, that 20K split in the women's race. It matters little now, of course, but they went through a 20K in 62.40. The gap was 3 seconds there. And Miriam Chebet has got to negotiate this U-turn and then try and close down on Sheila Chalangat. But the gap remains at about 2 seconds, doesn't it? Frustratingly, 10 or 12 meters as they make this final U-turn on this breezy day in the city. The sun is shining here, a mixture of clouds and blue sky above us at this 20th edition of the Türkiye İspankasi Istanbul Half Marathon. But now with the finish in sight, Sheila Chalangat starts working hard and digging deep, and Miriam Chebet has got to find even more strength to try and catch her compatriot. Is it going to be the same 1-2 as last year? Because at the moment, that's the way it looks. Chalangat leads with the pacemaker Michael Kiplangat. He should move aside now. He really should. It's inappropriate for him to be helping Chalangat through these last few kilometers with Miriam Chebet working really hard in the background there. Has she got the speed? Is she going to run out of road? This battle is a fantastic one between this pair. And Chalangat now being closed down by Miriam Chebet, the 22-year-old. Personal best in Cardiff last year, 66.43. And she's going to catch her, I think. And Miriam Chebet eases past Chalangat, and there could be a reversal of last year's race. And the legs have gone under Sheila Chalangat. And Miriam Chebet gets the reward for that determination. So tough. And she pulls away now over the last 50 meters. And what a win this is going to be for Miriam Chebet. Second last year, the champion today. Her time is 66.07 unofficially. We'll wait for confirmation of that, but Chalangat has to settle for second place, and last year's 1-2 is reversed through some determined running from Miriam Chebet, and that for her, the young Kenyan, is a massive personal best. Both of them out on their feet there. Sheila Chalangat, desperately tired. She gave 101%. She could do no more. What a run it's been from the 27-year-old. The champion last year, a close second this year, but there was absolutely nothing she could do to stop Miriam Chebet going past her in those last 150 meters. Perfect judgment from Miriam Chebet. Her time is confirmed at 66.07. Chalangat second, 66.13. So she opened up some 7 seconds between herself and Chalangat, did Miriam Chebet. And that track speed, that 30.27 track speed coming in really handy there as she closed down on Chalangat. Brilliant racing there in that women's half marathon. In the men's race, well, they continue to stream home. Of course, we're talking about really good running. Anything down in the 61, 63 range. Aaron Bienenfeld of Germany running 62.14 here today. And for Bienenfeld, well, that is a little outside his lifetime best of 61.39, which he produced at the super fast Houston Marathon back in January. Judy Kemboy there, 104 just coming home. She was one of the favourites, best of 65.43, and she had her personal pacemaker in the race. Matata's winning time, 59.40, made him the winner by 67 seconds. It was absolutely brilliant from Matata. Segu second with 60.48, and third in the men's race, Shadrach Kipkurui with 61.28. And in fourth, of course, was Matthew Semperu with 61.32. Ataç, Şezgen Ataç, the best of the Turks, in 5th place today. He's broached new ground, 61.49. A fantastic run from Ataç. That is really, really strong running. It's a personal best from him by some 31 seconds. Quite astonishing. Well, there's confirmation of the win for Alex and Gioca Matata. 59.40, over a minute ahead of Sego in 2nd place. Kip Karui, a fine 3rd there, and Samperu, 61.5 for 4th place. Ataç, brilliant running for the Turk. They're a big personal best by 31 seconds, 61.49 in 5th. Bienenfeld, solid for Germany in 6th place. Laban Kip Kemboy, 62.34. And then Bute, well, we might have expected more from him. He ran 60.03 in Istanbul last year when he finished in 3rd place. Difficult day at the races for Bute of Ethiopia. Well, 69.53 on the clock. It's just going to be outside 70 minutes for Hiwot here. And yes, this is a tough day at the races for Hiwot. Gebre Kidan, she's a 66-minute performer, the 29-year-old. Produced that when she won Houston a couple of years ago, and she's a 2:17 marathon runner, so she really is struggling for form. She's broken 2:20 3 times as Gebre Kidan, but nowhere near that sort of form and strength at the moment. She was 6th there back in 2021 in 66.47. Well, today she's about 3.5 minutes slower than that. Some of these athletes have really struggled in the wind. That's quite clear. And this is Scholastica Jep Kemboy making a debut, and it's about 60.55. Sorry, 70.55. So she won't have enjoyed that one too much. I think she was probably hoping for a little bit more than that. Other athletes continue to stream home. 71 minutes on the clock now. These are top club athletes from Turkey. But the times in the women's race are quite supreme considering the conditions. Miriam Chebet winning in 66.07. Sheila Chalangat 2nd, 66.13. Judy Jalagat Kemboy 3rd, 67.47. And then in 4th place, Daisilila Gerono, 68.17. Really, really strong times coming through in that women's race. In fact, just checking, Daisilila Gerono in 4th place with that 68.17 has run a massive personal best. Personal best by some 1 minute and 26 seconds. Well, the fastest time in the world this year, 63.35 by Fochen Tesfaye. That was in Berlin just 3 weeks ago when she won in the German capital. But that time, the winning time today from Miriam Chebet, 66.07, puts her right up there towards the top-ranked athletes in the world this year. That's a quite superb run. Going to check what it ranks her actually in the world for this year, because I think it's right up there. 66.07, yeah, puts her 8th fastest in the world this year. And I think the coordinator of the elite athletes here, Can Okanoglu, should be absolutely delighted with the way that race has come out today. Well, the races have been quite fantastic here today at this 20th edition of the Turkey İzbankazi Istanbul Half Marathon. I do hope you've enjoyed it. Great wins here today for Miriam Chebet of Kenya in the women's race, 66.07. And in the men's race for Alex Nzioka Matata, 59.40 in that men's field on a breezy day in Istanbul. From me, Tim Hutchings, and everybody here in the production crew, bye-bye.
มอสไปแข่งที่ฮัมบูร์กที่เยอรมันนะ อีลิทชายปล่อยใบ3 ครึ่ง
Folge gebracht, dass er von Marathon zu Marathon, wenn es um Zeiten ging, immer besser wurde.
Haben wir jetzt gerade die Übergabe seines persönlichen Radfahrers gesehen.
Das hat auf jeden Fall besser ausgehen als bei der Nummer 12 eben, weil
Ja.
der musste mal kurz eine Vollbremsung einlegen und Pacemaker Simon de Bonnies auch.
Das ist genau der Vorteil. Ne? Sieht man, Richard kann da ganz entspannt einfach geradeaus weiterlaufen.
Ja.
Und die anderen müssen sich sortieren. Jetzt mit einem kleinen Zwischenspurt da wieder hin.
Richtig,
Richard
das-
läuft sein Tempo konstant durch.
Ja, exakt.
Klar, Richtungsänderungen sind hier nicht ohne. Man sieht das, da ist auch noch...
Auch
doch
eine Engstelle noch, ja.
Ja, Engstelle durch die Baustelle, die hier unten an der Binnenalster ist. Genau, es ist relativ schmal. Und hier liegen natürlich schon auch die Verpflegungsbecher von den Halbmarathons.
Von den Halbmarathons. Jetzt kannst du dir vorstellen, das sind jetzt die Tops hier im Rennen, wie das aussieht bei Stunde, also Tempo für Stunde, weiß nicht, 4 oder so. Da ist wahrscheinlich alles voll. Ja, Hotel für Jahreszeit auf der linken Seite. Kilometer 16 auch passiert. Ja. Und so schnell geht's mit guter Flaschenaufnahme und smartem Weiterlaufen, dass er jetzt da ganz entspannt mitschwimmen konnte. Kleine Schlucke auch wichtig. Ich kenne wenige Athleten, die da jetzt wirklich irgendwie ihr Getränk runterexen. Man muss da einen eigenen Rhythmus entwickeln zwischen natürlich Flüssigkeit runterschlucken, aber auch atmen nicht vergessen, damit man eben nicht Seitenstechen bekommt, was ja auch nichts ist, was man da jetzt bei so einem Tempo gerne hätte.
Die absolute Spitzengruppe fasert jetzt so ein ganz klein wenig aus.
Ja.
Übrigens ein Szenario, was ja der zweiten Gruppe hier entgegenkommen würde. Ne? Da hat man so Ankerstationen, ne? Optische, an denen man sich weiter orientieren kann.
Ja, das ist was natürlich auch Auftrieb gibt, wenn man anfängt, Athleten einzusammeln, die dann ihr Ursprungstempo nicht mehr halten können. Ich bin hier von dem Südafrikaner echt fasziniert, von Elroy Jelland, der, ja, wie gesagt, weit über seiner Bestzeit aktuell unterwegs ist, aber irgendwie einen sehr starken Eindruck macht in seiner Positionierung in der Gruppe, muss ich sagen. Der fast direkt hinter den Tempomachern ist.
Spitzengruppe der Frauen rechts. Ja, ist sicher gleich spannend zu sehen, ob da dann ja, bei der jetzt folgenden Verpflegung das für alle klappt. Wir haben gesehen vorhin Probleme bei den Frauen in dieser doch ja eher etwas kleineren Gruppe. Und der Genie Volduo mit der F4 hatte da ihre Probleme und die Flasche nicht bekommen, die ja an dritter Position hinter Bridget Koskey und Wojtniesz Edesa unterwegs ist. Ja, ist sicher auch die Erfahrung und die Fähigkeit der Pacer vorne, dann den Blick freizugeben auf diese Verpflegungsstation und auf die Fahrradfahrer, die dann da gleich stehen werden. Vor der Verpflegung noch kurz der Abgleich bei Kilometer 15. Es ist immer noch ein Tempo in Richtung 2:17:40.
Ja, vielleicht nochmal mit einem Blick auf die Wetterbedingungen. Wir hatten es gesagt, zum Start waren es circa 10 Grad. Inzwischen zeigt das Thermometer 12 Grad. Für mich waren das immer Traumbedingungen. Ich habe es gar nicht so kalt gemocht. Und ja, 11 km/h Windböen ist, glaube ich, vertretbar. Zumal es ja hier und da je nach Gebäuden drumherum gar nicht so direkt spürbar ist. Also ich glaube, für schnelle Zeiten sind das Top-Bedingungen.
Schauen wir jetzt noch mal eben hin. Ja.
Richtig, hier steht jemand, auch die Radfahrer wieder, die die Flaschen anreichen für die Top-Frauen. Und die anderen, die müssen es hier vom Tisch greifen. Ja, F9. Das ist Judith Kieng, die hat das gut gemacht. Das sah auf jeden Fall insgesamt sehr viel flüssiger aus als bei der Kilometer 10 Verpflegung.
See, Alemu's look. I can't quite see behind in the background, but This is the bit where they're coming up to the first drink station, and now again, that's another kind of key moment in a marathon, just to feel like, right, I've grabbed my first drink, I've managed to get it down, and again, it's another box ticked towards that feeling the rhythm of the race.
Early reining back of the pace here for Ailish McColgan, and that could be that the group ahead of her is going slightly faster than was advertised, or it could just be that the four-time Olympian is just easing into this race. Ailish, she is an athlete that runs a lot on feel, as you talked through the value of doing that. I think I would always trust Ailish to empty the tank in a sensible, measured way, so I'm not concerned by this. We are going through the 5 kilometre split here. Just a note on the leaders, they were well on course for Paula Radcliffe's course record and that women's only world record. But Ailish McColgan coming through 5 kilometres, just around 16 and a quarter minutes or so. That's okay going, that's absolutely fine. And, it would be a long, lonely run if she's on her own already after 5 kilometres.
Well, the thing that people have to remember with marathon running, sorry if that was a bit loud coughing, but it's not that gap doesn't matter as long as you're happy to let that happen. You don't need to be right in the slipstream of runners in a marathon race. I was always a big fan of just giving myself 10, 20 metres just so I felt relaxed, and quite often the hustle bustle within the group is quite uncomfortable. So hopefully she's making a smart decision to feel the pace rather than to worry about the split she's hitting, which is a good sign at this point and good confidence booster.
There's first drink station, and I think if there's ever a moment to let yourself drift back from a field, it would be at a drink station. The two pacemakers, they do manage it, but that was chaos for them. Has Hassan managed to get her drink behind? Yes, she has. I can see Hassan just taking a sip of her drink there. I think when you look at some of the athletes in the front of this group, the likes of Jet Koskay, Olemu, Asefa, I think they'll train in big groups where they train in Africa, and they'll have a lot of company around them. They might be used to running in a close pack. As you look at athletes like Hassan or Ailish McColgan, they might have a couple of other pacemakers to run with in training, but running in that pack might feel unfamiliar to them. De Bruyne back in the lead in the women's wheelchair race. These athletes just coming up on half an hour or so. Scaroni is just behind De Bruyne. We're hearing that the timing chip for De Bruyne isn't working, so she's not necessarily going to appear on our graphics and get those splits as such. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But at the moment, it's pretty easy because De Bruyne is right with Scaroni, so we can just kind of credit them at the same time. But these two swapping the lead like that's emotionally taxing, and Scaroni got the better of De Bruyne, as you mentioned, Chris, in Boston, and that really hones that competitive instinct. I think if you lost on Monday, you would have spent the last 7 days kind of going, what can I do differently to have a different result in London?
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, Eden Rainbow Cooper, the British champion, a real up-and-coming star, talked a lot about the difficulty around travel. You are going on, but also between the two of them, they're going to be thinking about where is my point on the course to try and make a difference, to open up the gap. I mean, between now and Tower, there's not a huge amount of challenge to the course. It's once you start getting over to the north side of the Thames and you start heading towards Canary Wharf, where it gets a bit more technical and opportunities to open gaps start to happen. But Hugh looks like he's a bit of a lone rider today.
Yeah, Marcel Hugh stretching away from this men's field. We did see Tomoki Suzuki in second place and Daniel Romanchuk last time we checked in on the men's race. We'll try and see if we get a shot of them. It looks perhaps like there's a group of 3 or 4 behind Marcel Hugh here, and if they work together, if they can rotate in that group, there is drafting in wheelchair racing. It's, you know, they're not going at the speed of they're not going at the same speed as, say, the cyclists are, but if they can work together, it could be pretty helpful.
Yeah, we're getting Romanchuk and Suzuki are in second and third in the chase pack, and Shipra as well is part of a 3 chase pack here. But I think the thing with Hugh is, let's not, you know, try and create a scenario that history has not seen in the past. Hugh is someone that gets a gap and stays there, and it will be potentially looking like him versus the clock. So we need to keep an eye on course records and I don't think it's a world record course. I mean, world record is Berlin is, I think, 117, 115 in that ballpark. But as we start to get a bit more splits, you can see the chase back in the background. But if it was anyone else, you might think that's a gap that could be chased down. But we're talking about the greatest marathon athlete that's been. He's Olympic champion. He's 33, I think it is, 30 plus world marathon marathon majors he's won. He's won all of them in, I think it's 2023. He held them all at one point. He's just one of the all-time greats in that event.
So no change here at the front of the women's elite race. 4 athletes locked in, and they'll just be trying to calm down, trying to switch off. You mentioned, Chris, that idea of getting bored. I think you don't want to be wasting sort of emotional energy at this point. You just want to be cruising and switching off, and I think that's what comes with the experience of the marathon for me. I think Asefa and Hassan have enough experience, but for me, Alemu and Jepkosko to go, I've been here before, I know not to even engage or start really stressing till, what, 17, 18 miles.
No, absolutely, and again, experience in a marathon helps more with the first half than it does necessarily with the second half, because the second half is the second half. The last 6 miles is you're in autopilot, you're just doing what you've got. But the first half, certainly the experience of knowing how to tick those boxes to get yourself there is big. But I'm just looking at the athletes. All the athletes look like their shoulders dropped a bit. They're a little bit calmer. They're into their rhythm now. They kind of, you spend a good 2-3 weeks not going to the well, and you've done your last long run a while ago, and so it's almost reminding the body and mind that I am a runner, and that feeling of being out there running at marathon pace is almost becomes a distant memory. When you do as much as you do in training, a week of not doing it feels like a long time. In reality, it's not. They all look a little bit calmer. Amy looks a little bit calmer, but I am looking at Asefa going, she was a 2016 800-meter runner, got knocked out in the heats, and she's moved up to the marathon for injury reasons, and she does look a little bit on the heels of the pacemaker, which I'd like to see her just relax a little bit. But hey, listen, she has held the world record, she does know what she's doing, but all these little things count, because they all are running at a women's only world record pace. So
I think you're really right, Chris. Like you need to be engaged, you need to be focused, but you can't be just bleeding energy left, right and centre. And Asefa, for me, she's been checking that watch. I don't know if she's got it set to kilometres or even shorter than that. She's checking it the whole time. She's glued to the back of the pacemakers. It's not a windy day. You know, you can allow yourself to step back a tiny bit and just relax. But like I said, probably 5-10 minutes ago, some of these athletes will be very used to running in big packs the whole time. We're in their training locations back at home. They'll be used to rolling around in a big old pack, so it might not feel kind of awkward to them. You could just see the pacemaker there. I think that's the second pacemaker 2, Gladys Chepkarui, just putting her hand down, perhaps got an ankle clip from Asefa.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, it's just one of those things that it's where you feel comfortable, and you know, everyone feels comfortable in a different way, because like I say, Asefa, she's checking her clock. The only thing for me with that is she's in a race here. She needs to win. Times are great, but she has to win this race, because, you know, to appease the Olympics, so she needs to be mindful of that. So,
ooh, that was a clip there. I think that was an amicable exchange there between Scaroni and De Bruyne. And was that almost a chat about sharing this pace? They're through 15 kilometres there, just inside 32 minutes. That's way inside the course record pace. That was 33.19 by Kathleen De Bruyne in 2022. So these two are, what's that, minute and a bit underneath the course record pace. So course record definitely on today, and I don't know, that almost like they could be working together, because this lead's been changing every mile or so.
Yeah, it was quite interesting, quite the friendly nature of that exchange. You know, it's athletes. To be fair, I do compare running and competing in these sports a bit like boxing. You got to have your, you know, when it matters, you got to be vicious of wanting to beat the other person. But when the gloves are off, you know, it's good to be good friends. But they are in competition, and this is still we're coming up to halfway, and so there will still be a bit of a friendly exchange, as that clearly was. But I'd like to see what that would be like at 40k if there's a bit of knocking. I'm sure the tone of it would change a little bit.
We did have a clash. I think it was Daniel Romanchuk and Marcel Hug one year, coming around the final corner on the mile. It was the worst moment to clash wheelchairs. And I just want to pick up the technique here of Susanna Scaroni. It's not as fluent as Catherine de Brunner. And you can see almost Scaroni as she pushes down. The chair jumps slightly, and I don't know if that's a desperation to try and raise her pace. I don't know if we keep just catching her at her moment when she's trying to accelerate. But if you look again at Marcel Hug, it's very, very smooth. You can see a slight jolt as he reaches sort of the most aggressive push phase on the wheels there, but it's much smoother than Scaroni. That gap is not growing to the chase group there. If anything, I think that could be closing down ever so slightly. We'll have to wait a bit to see if we can ID the athlete in second place. Suzuki was wearing a black shirt, I think, on the start line. We know he was in the top three. And we did have Schipper in second place at 15k. Gert Schipper, an athlete we've not talked about too much. Everyone's very excited about Alex Yee coming up in the men's race, the Olympic triathlon champion, making his marathon debut. But Schipper is actually a triathlete as well, picked up medals in the triathlon.
ขอบคุณคุณสกายด้วยครับสำหรับค่ากาแฟ
Gets plaques because he's the Paralympic champion, first place finisher ahead of Schipper there, who we think is in at least the top 4 or so. So it could be the other Dutchman, other Dutch triathlete causing an upset. But we will just wait, see if this athlete bridges the gap back to Marcel Hug, and we can get a confirmed ID on the athlete in second place. But Hug, he's always looking under his armpit, he's always looking back, he's always aware of what might be happening behind.
This gap is closing, and I tell you what, this is going to confuse Hugh a lot, because he's not going to be used to an athlete coming back at him like that. This race has just got interesting.
ทุกคนมาแล้วอิลิชัยจะเริ่มแล้วกดแชร์เบาๆให้แอดหน่อยครับเพื่อเป็นกำลังใจ
Start of the London Marathon, and we've mentioned a little bit in the build-up the fact that the organisers think they could hit the most number of finishers ever, over 56,000. But we've got one more elite field to introduce you to. This is the men's elite start list, topped by 4 incredibly talented Kenyans up there, led by last year's defending champion Alexander Matiso. And there's some of the other athletes. Champion.
ขอบพระคุณพี่จอร์จมากๆครับสำหรับค่ากาแฟ ขอบคุณคุณเมย์สำหรับค่ากาแฟด้วยครับตอนนี้ปิดเสียงก่อนนะเพราะเปิดเพลงครับ ขอบคุณคุณศิลกุลด้วยครับสำหรับค่ากาแฟ เอเลดคลิปโชเก้ครับขอบคุณคุณลาพีสำหรับคาปู1 แก้วด้วยครับ
is here on the streets of London.
ว้าวขอบคุณคุณลาลานานะครับสำหรับ50 ดาวครับ
We'll wait the Claxton from Denise Lewis. And the best of the club athletes in Britain poised just behind them to join them around the course. There goes the Claxton, there goes the elite men's field.
ลอนดอนปีนี้เป็นลอนดอนปีแรกที่ภาพคมชัดที่สุดและไม่กระตุกสุดยอดมากขออย่างเดียวอย่าไปสะดุดช่วงท้ายแล้วกันครับ
But this is a mouth-watering race in store. But I just love seeing that close-up at the start line. All these, not just fresh faces, but fresh shoes. And except with one pair with British athlete Luke Caldwell, looked like he'd put a few miles through his pair. I was just looking at them, but everyone was just, that's the thing about the marathon. You start so fresh, so excited, and then get to the last mile and you've got the euphoria, excitement and exhaustion and dirtiness of all the shoes again.
Again, business as usual here in the women's elite race. You see Jepkoskai and Alemu popping over for a drink. Hassan going there as well. No drink from Asefa. And the two pacemakers as well. Is that a deliberate decision to just Asefa? I'm not sure. I don't think you would be... I think you take as many drinks as you can nowadays with the technology of the nutrition and a day like this with the warm weather.
I mean, yeah, who are we to judge an ex-world record holder? But yeah, you would think nowadays that the information is you take as much as you can every 5K and hold on to it. And it's interesting, you've got the two kind of athletes we're looking at. Safer not taking a bottle, but Hassan taking a very slow and deliberate time over grabbing that bottle. And it was funny, Emil Caress, I spoke to him and he said that his coach Canova talks, it's really important to take your time over the drink station. If you lose a couple of seconds, that's fine because you'll make that up through taking your time to get that.
ขอบคุณพี่ที่ไม่เปิดเผยตัวตนสำหรับค่ากาแฟด้วยครับ
I meant the way Hassan, she is wincing a bit. There was a bit of a wince, but that gap was largely built up because of the drink station, making certain she got it. But this is where Hassan is unpredictable. She is wincing.
สวัสดีคนไทยทั้ง 3,000 คนด้วยนะฮะ ครับขอบคุณชัยชนะด้วยครับสำหรับค่ากาแฟครับคนไทย 3,000 คนมั้ยเนี่ยไม่น่าใช่เนาะ
So they're coming towards Kati Sark here. That is still the elite women's race. You can see Safan Hassan just a shade behind, and 31.16 through 10 kilometres being credited to just Asefa. That's underneath the pace that was hit by Perez Cheptic here last year. She came through 31.26, well under the 32 minutes Paula Radcliffe did for the course record. The pace fluctuates through the marathon. I'm trying to compare the splits, where those races were at this point in the race, because it's not always even as the course twists and turns and undulates. Now, Safan Hassan, in 2023, I think she started having problems a little bit later than this, but it was around about the halfway point. She was having stomach issues and she did drop back, and the real shame is if that's happening again and if it's happening earlier as well.
ใช่ครับคลิปโลโมเดบิวต์มาราธอนแรกฮะ
Paralympic champion in T53, but De Bruyne won the 400, the 800, the 1500. She could be on. Marcel Hug in the lead at the moment for Switzerland, and Suzuki of Japan pushing well in second place. When we saw the pictures last time around, it did look like there was a gap closing up on Marcel Hug.
แอดคิดว่า World Record สำหรับมาราธอนสนามนี้มันอาจจะไม่ได้นะหรืออาจจะได้ก็ได้สำหรับคลิปลิโมแต่คือเป็นมาราธอนแรกของเขาผมว่าคลิปลิโมเนี่ยมีโอกาสนะครับที่จะทำลายสถิติมาราธอนได้แต่ก็ต้องดูนะครับเดบิวต์มาราธอนแรกจะได้เวลาเท่าไหร่
you kind of working hard to push away, or is he just trying to say
ล่า
relax
สุด
and
ก็เพิ่ง
he's indifferent whether he
โวลเล
catches
ย์
him
คอร์ด
or not?
ฮาล์ฟมาราธอน
But
ไป
the reality is Hugh knows this course very, very well and knows the right places, and so this is a frustrating gap, I would say, probably for the chaser, because you kind of want to get in that slipstream and kind of use it. But Hugh's looking back. He's not going to make it easy for him to catch him back up. And I think, again, we're coming up to some tricky kind of under bridges through down and up through the tricky Canary Wharf. So there's quite a lot of moments here where fatigue building up in the arms will really start to play a part in how you come in and out of corners.
So Suzuki about 6 seconds behind Marcel Hug at the moment.
อะไร
Hug
ซั
not
น
letting
ดู
up
น
at
โด
all.
เน
That split
ขอ
through
เลี้ยงกาแฟ
halfway
นะครับ
is right on his own course record pace. So let's have a look back at the course.
ขอบคุณคุณอะไรแซนด้วยนะครับสำหรับค่ากาแฟ
The wheelchair races. Over.
เอางี้คนดูมาพนันนะผมไหม
The athletes
ว่าวันเนี้ยคลิปลิโมชนะ
towards the final
หาเรื่อง
the dogs
ไม่ได้พนันเงินนะครับ
island guard.
ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณสำหรับค่ากาแฟนะฮะ
Quiet right here. Not many people get all the way
จริงๆ แอตเชียเฮียคลิปโชเก้นะฮะ แต่คือน่าจะหมดยุคของเขาแล้วอะ
round as well.
จริง
Many race-winning moves happen at this point in the race. If someone's feeling good, they might shoot
คือ
out
แอดนี่ FC เฮียคลิปเลยครับ
for the race.
ไปรอถึงสนามบินเลย
Unity here at the London Marathon. It's a long stretch here. A long
We turn our attention to the women wheelchair, and De Bruyne, we were watching on the pictures in the background. She's opened up. You would, again, I'm always cautious with the in a wheelchair race, and the gaps are not as big as they seem sometimes, but that does feel like a dominating gap.
ขอบคุณ
Halfway in
คุณ
45.30.
ออน
That's
สำหรับ
inside
ดา
world
ว
record pace,
10 ดวง
I
ด้วยนะค
believe,
รับ
if my maths are right, and Scaroni only 7 seconds back. But the first half is quicker than the second, and so that needs to be taken into account. But she looks like she's
ขำๆครับขำๆไม่ต้องไป
nicely
ซีเรียส
opened up the gap, and
เรา
she
ดู
has
กั
a
น
very
สนุก
kind
สนุก
of strong and deliberate push in her action, which is just a very Scaroni's a bit more kind of higher frequency. So I think this is going to be something that potentially we see a gap opening up more and more. And I can't, Scaroni's he's disappearing a little bit in the background, but hopefully she can stick in there and certainly not get caught. I think there's a big gap to third place. I think it's a good couple of minutes from what we saw, wasn't it?
No, I think this does look like a race-winning move here from Catherine de Bruyne. And we was talking in wheelchairs, of course, there's things like punctures that can happen. So that's 14 miles gone for Catherine de Bruyne here, and Susanna Scaroni, a valiant effort, I think, to live with Catherine de Bruyne. And I think minutes under her own pace at halfway.
This men's race, it's like one of those athletics fantasy dinner tables, isn't it? All these athletes all sat round chewing their ear off about what they've experienced. Some incredible athletes in this field, and of course behind the pacemakers, who is it? Kipchoge. I mean, what isn't there to say about what this athlete's achieved?
He's absolutely phenomenal, and I think everyone would love him to do a Bikili and kind of outperform what everyone's expecting him to do here today. I think a lot of people have kind of written him off. He was 6th in Tokyo last summer, in the World Marathon Major, in the spring, and then DNF'd in Paris, and that was just so upsetting for so many people. They really wanted to see him duke it out the whole way on those streets of London and of Paris, and he just couldn't quite get the job done. But he says he's back in good pace, in shape, and he feels good. I'm just confused with this pace because I can see we were due to have a second pack of Emmanuel Petros and Yemeni Berhan Kripa, and they're in this pack. These two, whether they've not quite split away with the pacemakers that are meant to be going a tiny bit slower. You can see pace 1, 2, 3 at the front here. They were asked to go 61:15 to give a finishing time somewhere between 2 hours and 1, 2 hours and 2. So they're doing their job, and there should have been one more pacemaker, Gideon Kiprotich, Rob, going a little bit slower for Petros and Kripa, the German and the Italian. And I don't know if they just looked at each other. You see Petros there in the red shirt and the glasses. And then just in the middle of the pack, and Kripa, sort of blonde tips on his hair, right at the back of the pack. I would love it if they've just gone, it's ideal conditions, the size of this lead pack, let's just go with it and have a go.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to be honest. If I was in a chase pack, I'm rubbing my hands right now. This is beautiful because again, with London Marathon, one of the great things about this event is you come here with an ambition to run fast times, but also to finish high up. And quite often athletes, this number of athletes, there's going to be a degree of athletes that fall off and possibly even DNF, and to gun down. So loving the confidence. And Gay, I saw back there, the New York winner. The pacemakers are at the back, so maybe we need to wait till we get some splits, that maybe the lead group are not quite as hot as they should be.
Okay.
In this scenario, my prediction would be the guys at the front are not quite on the 61 pace, or 61 half pace, and actually the second group are more running the pace they should be. It's unlikely the chase pacers are running faster than they should. It'd be more likely they've almost had someone in their ear go, can we just cool off a little bit? So we'll find out when we get some splits, but yeah, it's certainly a big group at the moment, and it's almost like we're looking at the sub-2 event where you have the pincer kind of action of the pacemakers at the front, but unfortunately for Kipchoge, only 3 are not against him, everyone else is.
I was going to say, it's always looks the same but a totally different mentality.
Yeah, exactly,
Opposite mentality. This group here in the women's race, they're working very well together. It seems pretty calm. We could see one of the pacemakers just asking Sefa to back off a tiny bit, but Hassan looks fine. I can't see her facial expressions all that well at the moment, but that grimace that we saw around about 10 kilometres, that seems to have settled down. Could just be some stomach issues, right? That just at that stage of the race, just something, a bit of a stitch.
I think she, and again, I'm cautious how I word this, but she's someone that kind of draws on that kind of drama within herself to kind of almost distract her from what she's doing. There's a large amount of psychology to that, to almost dismiss yourself, to relax yourself, and we're getting some incredible splits here. 5:01, 5:09, 5:7. And for someone to be wincing but then stay with it, there's almost like an inner mind game she's playing with herself to deal with what she's doing to get her to that second half, because naturally she is a track runner. She'll be playing a lot of mind games in herself, and that's one of the best things about marathon, is run your own race, run in your own head for as long as possible. And I certainly wouldn't, any other athlete, I'd be worried for them, but Hassan, anything's possible, and we never get a boring story out of her when it comes to racing, whether it's track or road.
I think you're right. I think it's no need to sort of overreact to Hassan. Yeah, like we say, if there is definitely still a grimace on her face there, but when you get to watch, you have the opportunity to watch these athletes for so long. It's hard not to read into these little tells. And Alemu as well, there's a tiny rise there, but that's not a significant rise. And Alemu, the head bobbing, she's in real trouble there, Magertu Alemu. They're going fast in this race, but it's not crazy fast. We know it's slightly warm today, but that for Magertu Alemu, that's not a Hassan kind of rocking and rolling with the pace. I think Magertu Alemu could be in real trouble, and that's a really quick sort of change in pace from her and dropping right back behind Hassan.
Yeah, I know that little rise well, and it really annoyed me. And quite often I would sort of almost deliberately allow my legs not to force it, but
ขอบคุณค่ากาแฟสำหรับคุณทุยขอบคุณคุณแพรสำหรับค่ากาแฟนะฮะ ลิ้นพันไปหมดแล้ว
I feel like her cadence is a little bit aggressive at the moment, but she won Valencia 2:16. She's a world-class athlete. She's got a lot of good history in the marathon, and she's certainly not to be dismissed. But at this point, the commentators' curse, we're kind of looking for these things to kind of assess and trying to read their body language of what's going through their head. But for me, Jocelyn, I just love her kind of tunnel vision, and she hasn't moved from the front. A safer. Again, she's doing what she does, and I think between the four of them, I think we're in for a really good race, but we will start to see cracks appear a lot more. But Alemu does look like she's working a little bit hard, but we'll see.
And that almost seemed to inspire Safan Hassan, I think. It's the other thing in a race, you can be out there thinking, I'm the only person that's finding it this hard. And it can feel very lonely, very suddenly. And so I think for Safan Hassan, it was almost to see Alemu struggle like that and realise, OK, I'm not the only person feeling like I'm on my limit, feeling like this is a horrible race and we're only 45 minutes into it, because Hassan looks better than she did when we rejoined these elite women. But you're right, Janet Jepkosko with the green bib, Jocelyn Jepkosko there with the green bib on her chest, looking nice and relaxed, to just Asefa, the Ethiopian with the purple bib, and the white vest just off towards the side there. Again, she's looked very, very switched on, very sort of locked into this race.
Yeah, and I think as well, something to bear in mind with a lot of these athletes, where they're racing history. Nasefa comes off a DNF and Jocelyn came off a PB in the half marathon, so there's going to be a bit of race rustiness from one or two of them in there as well. But that gap's not budging.
It's not. That looks pretty similar there for Marcel Hug and Tomoki Suzuki. We do think we haven't had that confirmed here in this shot, but I think last time we were around about the halfway point for this field.
Some people looking like they're getting to the airport back there. They just had to go around and pushing their suitcases. I think they've got a little bit lost.
It can be complicated in these major cities when they shut down the roads, but not ideal there for these athletes. I think it's around about 18 miles for Marcel Hug. Keep an eye out for 35 kilometres, or 30 kilometres is split on his course record. Performance was 59:12. Marcel Hug, I think he'd be very aware of Suzuki in second there, and that could be what's pushing him too fast. Oh, that was a quick turning there from Suzuki. He was definitely close.
Yeah, I watched him do that earlier in the race as well. I think he kind of what's that person in the yellow bib doing? Crikey, come on. There's nothing worse than someone kind of getting in the way, especially at this point, because the fatigue is starting to kick in. It looks like they're trying to fix something on the road, but that's like an all.
ขอบคุณคนที่ไม่ได้ระบุตัวตนนะครับสำหรับค่ากาแฟครับผม เมื่อกี้มีอาการตกไปรอบนึงแล้วนะฮะ แต่ภาพยังคมชัดอยู่
More tired, you get more focused in on yourself and just doing what you can. And these corners round Canary Wharf are going to matter. And he's taken those corners nicely. Suzuki was a bit wide on. Let's see how he comes out of this one. But you know, the longer this gap stays like that, the more Suzuki's going to get hope that he can maybe gun that down towards the end. But it's not a winning gap, and it's commentator's curse. We said Hugh gets like this and he stays there, but we'll see.
I think you're right to call it an annoying gap, Chris, because it's. I think as for Suzuki, you just think, all right, I'm just going to commit to this, just got to keep going, and I'll eke away, whether it's half a second every kilometre, whatever it is, I'll get there. Catherine de Brunner, are we going up a hill? I think that is just a slight rise for Catherine de Brunner. She's still got a big lead here in the women's wheelchair race. There you go. She's not in trouble. I was just wondering whether she'd come across a bad patch there in her race, but I think instead it was just a slightly uphill patch.
Well, it's what I was saying earlier about her. She's very good at knowing the course. She clearly knows the points and where you work hard.
ขอบคุณคุณหมูเล็กเอ็นสำหรับค่ากาแฟด้วยนะครับคราวที่แล้วก็ที่บอสตันก็ส่งค่ากาแฟมาให้ครับขอบคุณครับ สวัสดีคนไทยทั้ง 4,000 ท่านด้วยนะฮะสำหรับไลฟ์ลอนดอนมาราธอน 2025 อิลิทชายเริ่มออกตัวไปแล้วครับ แต่ตอนนี้กล้องตัดมาที่วิวแชร์ครับผม
The moment, and I'm sure she's come to the marathon in recent years and really put a dominant skills into play.
Okay, that does start to look like a significant gap here in the women's elite race. Mugurto Alemu, she faded and then she battled back, but I think that is Mugurto Alemu setting up for a lonely last hour and a half on the roads here. Jocelyn Jetkoskai to just a Sefa, looking absolutely fine. The graphic here at 15 kilometres, I think it's crediting Sifan Hassan was second at that point in the race. This was sort of 3 minutes ago or so. That was the last time we saw Hassan getting involved in this lead pack, but she has now drifted down a little bit. You can see Elish McColgan for Britain going well on her debut, some 2 minutes 50 behind this group. She's just working her way through that second chase pack, but Tajis Asefa looks over her shoulder, looks at her watch and wonders, where is my nemesis? Where is Sifan Hassan? Of course, we've said it time and time again, you can't write off the Dutch woman. She closed up, I think it was around about 28 seconds she was adrift in 2023 by mile 11 or so, and she did close down that gap. But to just Asefa and Jocelyn Jetkoskai, there's no faltering there. They've got their drinks, they've stayed calm, they've stayed right with the pacemakers. And drama already for Sifan Hassan, and we're only 50 minutes into the race.
Yeah, this story's really starting to unfold now, and I think one of the things with, if the reports were true, as Sifan did say after the Olympics last year, and she hasn't raced since, she said she took 4 months off, which is a huge chunk of time. But she did also say it's the first time she's only trained for a marathon. So it's kind of a, you know, what form is that going to produce on the day when you have that much time off, but at the same time you're not trying to run a load of track races and run a marathon like she did in the Olympics last year. But listen, this is the beauty of this incredible race, is she is certainly not out of it. Alemu is unfortunately looking like she's going to be looking behind her now and trying to hold on, and hopefully she can get to the finish. We're not halfway. This is very early to be feeling it, but again, Hassan is a mind game player with herself, and there's nothing wrong, I've been there and done it myself, just to ease back and just get back under the red line a bit before going at it again. And this potentially for me, and it has been in history, just her way of dealing with the first half of a marathon to get to the game time. But Jocelyn, again, cool as a cucumber, a safer. She's come here with a purpose, she's come here with confidence, but I refer back to, she claimed her half-marathon DNF in December was just a test. But again, athletes will say that when they're having a bad day, so we don't know. But I think of all the 3 athletes, Jocelyn is the one that's come in here with proven form, a proven PB, and a proven kind of race record coming into this. Hassan, this might just be a bit of race rustiness, and she looks a little bit more kind of eyes on the prize. She's not wincing as much now.
You're right, Chris. I think even though there is a bit of a gap there, that's better than Hassan looked through the last 15 minutes. I think the last couple of times we've joined this elite women's race, she has been grimacing, and that was whether she was using the wheelchair racer there or the motorbike, kind of felt like this was the opportunity to put in a little change of pace and get right back on the group. She looks absolutely fine now.
It's like watching the wheelchair race where the gaps kind of chop and change so quickly. I mean, this is the brilliance of Hassan. She is so in her own head right now, and she doesn't concern about the others. And Bridget and Asefa, they would have had a feeling, we've got rid of her. And now they've got to deal with the fact, no, we haven't. And that plays mind games for those athletes, because they, as soon as they start to relax and think, right, we've gone from 4 down to 2, now it's back to 3. That's going to offer a little bit of psychological damage and a little bit of fatigue in the other 2 athletes. So this is a wonderful piece of mind play. I mean, it happened to me, Kenenisa Bekele. I'm comparing myself to him now. I'm not, but I raced him in the big half, and he backed off, and I started to feel like, yeah, I've got rid of him, and I started to push too hard, and that can affect your own race plan. So that's something to be mindful of.
So we're just having a look back at this elite men's race, and it does look like the third pacemaker, fourth pacemaker back there. They've got a long way to go, but they are cementing their position here in the lead pack.
Per mile is 61 flat pace, so they look like on average they are inside the 61 kind of pace that they were looking to do, and you've seen now two groups starting to form. So these guys have jumped.
ขอบคุณคุณเมธีสำหรับค่ากาแฟครับผมขอบคุณครับว่าแต่คลิปลิโมผมหายไปไหนแล้วเนี่ยเหมือนผมไม่เห็นนะโอ้โหมีใครเจอคลิปลิโมผมบ้างครับ
Debut was quite incredible, second quickest ever, so we'll get back to them in a minute when we see Marcel Hug, and we need to see a camera angle where we can see the gap and to see if that gap's changed, bigger, smaller. We can't see him at the moment, but he did look behind a little bit there, so he's still nervous. We've got roughly, what, 20 minutes to go? Oh, he's away. That's what we were waiting to see.
That's more like what we'd expect from Marcel Hug. I mean, hats off to Suzuki if it was Tomoki Suzuki who had a good job of holding on to Marcel Hug. But Hug now, with the streets of London all to himself, as he so often does, around about 20 miles at the moment for Marcel Hug. And that'll be easy for him. And we are on Rainbow Row here at the London Marathon course. You can see the streets have been decorated especially to celebrate the LGBTQ+ community. This will be a busy section throughout the day here with the mass races as well. There's a look at the positions at 30 kilometres. Suzuki was just 11 seconds.
สรุปคนที่เราเชียร์ก็ไปอยู่กลุ่ม2กันหมด
Could the Dutch athlete make his first podium here? There's a big gap behind him to the other athletes. Marcel Hug in the pole position, in the controlling seat, controlling the pace at the front of this race.
I did notice on that update, if the chips are correct, because we have sometimes they can fail, but we're looking like he's trying to maintain his top 5, and I didn't see Daniel Romanchuk in there at all actually, which was interesting. So it'd be interesting to see if that is accurate, and we don't have a Daniel in the top 10, because that would be quite a shock. But yeah, good to see David Weir trying to keep his top 5 record going if that is correct. But that certainly looks like a winning gap, and we need to get information on whether this is still on course for a bit of a course record, which would be great to see. Great to get the first race with a record.
It would. Catherine de Brenner out here all on her own, coming up on 68 minutes. Her 30-kilometre split when she set her own course record was 68:29. So we'll try and get a look and see whereabouts she is. And we do keep catching poor Catherine de Brunner on the toughest parts of the course. She looks like poetry in motion on the downhill sections. Wow, look at that 30-kilometre split, 65:57. That's way
Yes, it certainly would be, and we need to keep an eye on that towards the finish. But this men's pack is a lot bigger than we anticipated. A lot more athletes feeling very confident. We're just seeing the drink station coming up. That's what the hustle and bustle was going for.
Early loss there of a pacemaker as well. That can be really crucial. 28:57 through 10 kilometres for the men's race here. That is faster than Kelvin Kipton did in his course record, but we know Kelvin Kipton, when he raced, a wonderful Kenyan athlete who unfortunately passed away at such a young age. We will never know his true potential, but he went through in 29:12 through 10 kilometres. I mentioned it, ferocious second half from him, it always was. But Sawe, who you started talking about before we left this race, his second half in Valencia in his debut, that was pretty ferocious as well. So there is still that capability for so many athletes in this field to lift their pace in the second half.
Absolutely. It was his last 7k in Valencia. Sawe was running like 1:59 low pace. It was like I think 14:07 5k pace, which if people do part runs can kind of put that in perspective. Just absolutely incredible, savage running. And again, to run negative splits, anyone that knows marathons to do it like that is incredible. And that's what Kipton was so exciting, because to put that kind of split, that first 10K split on the day, I was in that race, and we got rained on, and it was horrible, that first 10K. And we got very, very cold, which made the second half even more impressive, because I was almost shivering that second half. And for him to negative split, I think it was one of the first time we'd seen a winner or anyone negative split quite at that pace that day. It was very sad that we've lost him, and we are certainly looking at athletes today, and he's almost, in a short time, he's set a very high benchmarks for athletes to follow. So when we're looking at Soe and we're looking at Kiplimo, you know, they've got quite big shoes to fill. I'm not sure what their actual shoe size is, obviously, but shoe size is. But they are certainly capable of producing some incredible stuff. But good to see Kipchoge at the front, metronome as ever. But he's got a battle in his hands with his young guns.
What do you make of Petros here, the German, the tall German, really putting himself quite far up in this field? He did hit a new personal best in Berlin 3 weeks ago, 59.31, which is a national record. And then he's the fourth fastest European ever over that half marathon. I know, I think Petros is one for me here that is rolling the dice, is really going for it. And he should be, on paper, back in that group with Yemeni Berhan Kripa, who's also having a fantastic race, the Italian just further there, but further back. But when you've got an opportunity to run with a group of this caliber, maybe you just got to seize it and have a go.
Yeah, I did speak to someone about him, and they expressed a level of confidence that surprised me. Not because he's not a good athlete, but because he's a 2:04 national record holder, as you say, from Berlin, and it was a couple of years. I think it was 2023 he ran that. So a lot can happen in that time. He's obviously in good form, like you say, with that 59 run, and the way athletes position themselves with the pace group says a lot about their confidence in the training they've had, and he's clearly confident. And if he's come here to take 1 or 2 minutes off his personal best, fantastic. So I think we're going to see a lot once we get past halfway, but I'll tell you what, this is a different world now. The number of athletes that are confident at going 61 pace, 2:02 marathon pace, and look at how many athletes are confident enough to go at that. It's incredible.
Have a check-in with the women's elite race. No change for Jocelyn Kosgei and Sajist Asefa. They are down to one pacemaker, though, here in the women's
เนี่ย
race.
ซีปานตามไม่ห่างนะครับ
That is Catherine.
บอกแล้วเขามีหลายก๊อกคนเนี้ย
She's been yo-yoing, sort of no man's land there, and just getting herself back in. And you can see she is just keeping herself involved and maybe just picking up that drink there.
Yeah, I'm just looking in the background, wondering what the pacemaker's trying to do. She's hanging in her own group with no one there. But anyway, 5:15, 5:03, 5:15 again. It's very much the nature of the course, sticking around this incredibly ferocious pace. But it's good to see Hassan holding on to a drink, a lot like Emil Caress last year, making certain she gets all the drink in there and setting herself up. Again, this yo-yoing is all going to be part of her running her own race. But I just hope Asefa took a drink on. We haven't seen it yet. I just hope for her sake that she has. Jocelyn again sticking in there. There's a relief when you get across the bridge in London Marathon. I know we're about to turn the corner and hit the halfway official split, but there is an element of getting north side of the 10.
แอดเชียร์จาคอบคิปลีโมแล้วก็ซีฟานอาซันครับ แต่จริงๆเชียร์เฮียคลิปโชเก้ด้วยนะฮะ เป็น FC เขาอยู่แล้ว
Better. So we're going to get a halfway split coming up in the next 2 minutes. That'll be very interesting to see, and to see how they react, because again, been put to bed now. We can't be that far. I mean, it looks like after 35k, an hour and 10, so he's probably on about getting up to 37k now. Only 5k to go left for Marcel to finish us off with a gap of 36 seconds. Is getting bigger. There you go. Romanchuk is still in the field, 4th place, 3 minutes 50 behind. And Schipper having a great race. What a fantastic race from him, to looking like he's going to finish on the podium, and certainly surprise a lot of people, I think. But Marcel, one of the greatest athlete, a wheelchair athlete of his time. Obviously, respect to David Weir, the greatest London Marathon athlete, but this will be number 7 victory for him. I know he's not finished, and I'm kind of putting the medal round his head already, but I think we can safely say 7 victories, and he's gunning down David Weir's record of 8. But I think he'll be very happy to put Boston and now London in his back pocket and look forward to the next marathon major that's on the calendar.
And we talked last year about the development in the wheelchairs, and Marcel Hugues has got this super quick, super lightweight wheelchair, and some of the other athletes are enjoying getting acquainted with this Swiss model and kind of finding their new time limits and what they could achieve. Of course, we talk about that in the shoe technology all the time, so it makes sense that it's happening with the chairs as well. Often, of course, we see it with bikes as well, the bikes and Tour de France and the time trials, they're getting better and better. But Marcel Hugues, to have such a wonderful chair, you've got to be looking towards at least equaling David Weir's 8 titles, and certainly surpassing them if he can stay healthy and stay motivated. And it might have been nice for him to have company in the first half of the race with Tomoki Suzuki, but all Marcel Hugues at the moment, and it's all Kathleen de Brunner in the women's race.
A little bit more cadence in her pushing, I think, now. A bit more deliberate, a bit more quicker. But again, this is a marathon, and you're getting to that stage of the race where you just want to, I don't want to say you just want to finish, you kind of want to lap up when you've got this kind of a gap. I've never been at the front of a London Marathon like this and had quite a gap that I can enjoy, but you've got to stay concentrating all the way to the end and finish the job off. And I'm sure she'll be aware she has a gap, but she's also got to make certain she gets the professional job done. But we're looking at Catherine, would this be our 3rd or 4th on the trot? I'm trying to...
Well, didn't have a chance there to see a 35-kilometre split for Kathleen de Brunner, keeping half an hour on her world record of 1:34.16. I mean, she was going so fast through 30k, and we'll have to wait and see quite how fast Kathleen de Brunner is going. I love to see a big pack like this. The strength and depth of this London Marathon field is wonderful, and I think you're right, Chris. There's so many athletes can go through in 61 minutes now, and they're inspired by that. And we keep seeing these wonderful debuts, these wonderful improvements, and there's got to be so many athletes that think, I want a bit of that, and why not have a go? They've dipped outside the 4:40 pace per mile as we move towards 8 miles here. Is that due to the course, Chris, or do you think they're just settling down a bit?
It'll be partly that, but also partly because they had borrowed time, because they did see a few 4:30s. I think there was a 4:32. I mean, when you get a 4:32, you can that takes out that extra time that you see there over the 4:40s. But again, listen, halfway splits, you know, give or take 10-15 seconds. You know, the athletes aren't going to worry too much about it, but it is incredible what the level of confidence these athletes have. But also, I think what's been really fascinating for me is hearing how hard these guys are training, the kind of volumes they're putting in. I mean, athletes talking about 250 kilometers a week of running. It's incredible the amount they're doing. But also, athletes, one of the big fundamental changes I've noticed is athletes are running 40k almost as a marathon effort. Emil Carres talked about before his first marathon, Britain's Olympic 4th place.
ใครบอกคลิปลิโม่แตกครับรองเท้าเขียวอะเห็นไหมครับน่ะคลิปลิโม่ใส่รองเท้าเขียวนะฮะเกาะท้ายอยู่
The gap between the Olympic champion Safan Hassan and the Olympic silver medalist Tigist Assefa and Jocelyn Jankowski is certainly the biggest we've seen so far this morning in London. I mentioned the deficit in 2023 when she took this win was 28 seconds at halfway, and we are through halfway here in the women's elite race. There we go, right on cue, 66.40 for the half marathon. And Safan Hassan at that point was only 10 seconds behind. I think that's a little bit further right now, but as just said, that's not a a deficit she's failed to overcome in the past, so never write off Sifan Hassan. But 66.40 through halfway. That is 80 seconds faster than Paula Radcliffe's course record, and 20. Jocelyn Jackowski and Tajist Asefa. They were second and third last time out behind Perez Chepchirchir. No cracks, no weaknesses shown for these two, as there wasn't last year. They look very, very strong all the way into that last sort of mile. They all entered the last mile together. But Sifan Hassan, she is a bit further behind.
She is, but one of the things she will be thinking about, okay, is this pacemaker is doing one heck of a great job, but we're not far away. Changes everything, because if neither Asefa or Jocelyn start looking at each other, that gap goes. And so Hassan will be mindful there's still a lot of drama to happen, and Hassan is capable of closing that gap down if she's feeling good in a click of a finger. So I think once the pacemaker drops out in the next kind of, I'm sure these athletes will be hoping she's got another 30 minutes in her, but it's hard to know. She is running incredibly quick, depending on how she's feeling. But it is looking a little bit like these two athletes are enjoying this fast pace. Jocelyn and Asefa are enjoying the fact they're running this fast, which is a worrying sign for Hassan. But again, this story is far from over, and there's still a lot more twists and turns to occur.
ใจเย็นๆกันนะครับพี่ๆเชียร์กันอย่างสนุกสนานครับไม่ต้องซีเรียสครับ
Power Bridge, and I think it was one of the male pacemakers as well, dropped out very early, and that can have a knock-on effect if you're not having as much support as you were expecting. Asefa took a long look behind. If she's a canny racer and she knows she's only got one pacemaker, does she need to make a push at this stage in the race just to
เห็นแดดแล้วคิดว่าแบบถ้าแดดอย่างนี้มาวิ่งที่เมืองไทยนะผมว่ามีแตกอะ
This is mind games, like I said, for the athletes in front. Asefa is going to want Hassan not to get back on the back of them, and she's going to be looking almost with a bit of trepidation of, is she gone, is she not? And that takes up energy, and she just needs to concentrate on being relaxed right now, because you're not going to make up in the next 2-3 miles what you can lose potentially in the last 3 or 4.
So Marcel Hoog in the final stages here of
เมื่อไหร่ประเทศไทยจะจัดงานวิ่งตอนกลางวันครับ รู้เรื่องเลยจริงๆยิ่งถ้าวิ่งช่วงนี้นะผมว่าแตกกันเป็นแถวอะ
He's pushed a wonderful race here. We just watched his course record tick by. It was 23.44. He was quick through halfway, but he has slowed slightly here in the second half.
Yeah, but he's the welcome sight of the finish line is going to be fast approaching, and I think it's a well-earned victory, but I don't think it was an easy one, you know. I think this is something that he's had to work for, and I've not seen him take his arms off the wheel very much during this race, but here he comes, not far to go, 385 yards roughly, my guess, to go.
Marcel Hoog swings under the gantry, passes in front of Buckingham. But the conditions have been perfect for this wheelchair race, and Marcel Hoog has been perfection as well. He had a tiny bit of company in the first 10 kilometres, the first 15 kilometres, but since then he's had the streets all to himself. Marcel Hoog vying for a 6th consecutive London Marathon victory, his 7th victory overall, takes himself to 2nd in the all-time number of wins behind David Weir. Around about 1 hour 25 and a half for the Swiss athlete. But another London Marathon win for Marcel Hoog at the age of 39, following up his 8th win in Boston on Monday. It's been a good week for Marcel Hoog. And we have our athlete in second place here in the men's wheelchair race, confirmed as Tomoki Suzuki of Japan. He was 4th last year. He's going to go faster this year. It was 1 hour 30 for that 4th place last year. He was a bronze medalist in the Paris Paralympic Marathon in between his 2 London Marathon finishes. Paralympic champion has got himself on the podium at London Marathon.
What a feeling it is to cross the line, London Marathon winner. He's done.
And there's, all right, we're down to 1 pacemaker already in the men's race at 47 minutes. You certainly would have expected 2 to take them to halfway. We saw an athlete with stomach issues, one of the pacemakers stop, but that is going to affect this race when they look for that overall really fast time if they're down to 1 pacemaker already.
Exactly.
คลิปลิโมกำลังเล่นเกมได้เปรียบอยู่นะฮะ
can run at this kind of
ให้
pace
เขา
for
บัง
a
ล
half
มให้
marathon, let alone get to 30-35k, which
เดี๋ยว
they
รอ
would
ดู
like
ช่วง
to
ท้าย
happen.
ฮะ
And it will come
ว่า
down
เกมจะพลิก
to
ไหม
athletes having to make a decision who's going to be the brave
ตัว
athlete
เต็งอยู่ครบ
to
ครับ
carry on the aggressive nature of this run. And when you look at who's who, this could end up turning into, if this pacemaker can't get, he looks good, but how far he goes will affect how this race will break down and how it will turn into a time trial or versus a race against each other. But I think from the press conferences, the vibe I got from everyone, records are nice, but they all want to win. You know, Kipchoge wants to win, Soe, Tola, they all are here to win, and so that possibly is going to offer a mindset and render itself. I would actually put Matiso in the background, defending champion. Quite a lot in his court that if it goes down that route.
So Jocelyn Jetkowski to just a Sefa still running well in 1st and 2nd here in the women's race. Just the 1 pacemaker left for them. Catherine Amangole and Sifan Hassan. I cannot see her as we look down the road. There she is, just behind.
ซีฟานห่างมากแล้วฮะ
And Sifan
Hassan going well here in 3rd place.
it's only her 5th marathon ever. 5th marathon ever. 3rd marathon ever. We'll get down to that, but
Well, my research was it was 3. I know in the notes we were given it was 4, but I can't find where the 4th race
Okay,
was.
all
London,
right.
Chicago, Olympic Marathon.
So,
I
yes,
know.
yeah, okay,
Listen,
4th ever,
listen.
you're right.
I did my own research. But listen, the thing with Hassan is, and this is what I love about her, you know she's going to stick with this. Whatever performance it is today, she's got a drink there. She's just a close-up of her. This is what I love about Hassan. You know, whether she's competing to win or whether the pacemaker's gone. That's early. That's very early. So Hassan, like I say, go back to her for a second. She's going to give her best performance. To each other, and Hasaifa saying get in front, Jocelyn, and Jocelyn's not playing ball. Now this is very early now, and this really could, if they're playing games too much, Hassan could suddenly find herself catching these up without actually trying, which will really mess with Jocelyn and Hasaifa. So Hasaifa is a very kind of active, thoughtful runner. She almost brings that 800 alertness to the marathon, which is quite tiring. And again, I'll go back to my previous point. I hope she's had a drink because we haven't seen it.
We haven't seen her, you're right.
We haven't seen it, and I hope she has. I know she knows what she's doing. She's run 2:11. She does know what she's doing, but Bridget had Jocelyn had an air of confidence around her. She's prepped, well prepped, as we talked about, and a safer. you know, she does have that kind of time mindset that from the track, doesn't she? She's very much like, what time am I going to run? Whereas Jepkowska is very much like, I want to win.
Well, they were 79.14 through the 35-kilometre split, and I'm comparing that to, that was a wheelchair split that got flashed up there. I was thinking, what is going on? But the 25k, apologies, so they're still well on pace for that women's only world record. But I think you're right, Chris, that pacemaker leaving the equation, if those two start racing each other, it could really slow down. And just the one pacemaker at 50 minutes in the men's race. And I think you're right, these men, they all want to win. I think that a podium would be a consolidation for a lot of these men, but they would still take it. But who needs this race to be 2:02 to win? Is there anyone there that needs it to keep up that pace and come into that realm?
Yeah, I just noticed a little bit of collision there. Matiso took a little bit of a stumble, and that's the problem when you're running. It's funny when you're running in this close proximity to, I think there's almost like a tension to your running action. You want that space, and when you're running at these speeds, running tense has a build-up effect of fatigue. But I think for these athletes, I think the faster it is, the more it plays into the hands of your Sawe's and your Kiplimo's. But again, Kiplimo, we don't know. I mean, Sawe we talk about Kiplimo running that amazing world record of 56 minutes. Just incredible. First man under 57 minutes. But he was beaten by Sawe in those two can run, you'd think it would benefit them, the faster pace at the front.
Catherine de Bruyne is into the last half mile here at the London Marathon. The time on the clock, 1:32.39, so I do think her own world record of 1:34.16 is gone. She's got 90 seconds. I don't know, she could potentially get the rest around these last couple of corners. I wonder if she realises quite how fast she's going. I think she's going to obliterate her course record of 1:38.24. I think she'll pick up a good prize money bonus for hitting that course record. We mentioned already the equal prize money across the wheelchair and the elite races, the able-bodied elite races. So de Bruyne is going to pick up a lovely prize packet here. She pushes herself towards another London Marathon win. It's great to see the two defending champions, the two Paralympic champions triumph so far, with Marcel Hug taking the men's race already, but Catherine de Bruyne now sees Buckingham Palace to her left-hand side, and that world record she's still got. Well, she got 30 seconds to go for her own world record. She's tired, she is starting to falter, but is there a lift of pace here for Catherine de Bruyne? She's checking out the male racers alongside her, making sure they're not going to get in her way. That's the final turn for Catherine de Bruyne. The arms pump, the head goes down. It's going to be
เดี๋ยวทำไมคนดูรถหวบเกิดอะไรขึ้นหรือเปล่าทุกคนยังอยู่ดีใช่ไหมครับทุกคนยังดูได้อยู่ใช่ไหม โอเคครับลงอกเห็นคนดูรถหัวไป500คน
third win at the London Marathon.
It's good to see the two Swiss athletes topping the table as going to form.
ขอบคุณคุณหยกสำหรับดาว10ดวงครับผม
They don't look like they've backed off the pace at all, to be honest. I am going to keep an eye out for Hassan in the background. We don't have a camera.
ขอบคุณคุณออนสำหรับดาว30ดวงครับ
And Jepkoskai, it's they, you know, they look like they've found a rhythm next to each other actually, and I really do think that gap is becoming very large behind them. And that kind of 5 minutes post pacemaker drops out, they've almost seemed like they've come to an amicable agreement. Not that they won't have said anything to each other, but your body language kind of, you feed each other's kind of pressing of the pace, and you feed off that. The fact they've gone next to each other is a good sign, because sometimes you can get athletes go, well, get behind me, and they kind of react to the other person's pace. But these two clearly, take another look at a watch, so they clearly have got this kind of mutual unspoken agreement to keep pushing, and the gap to Hassan now is drifting out to 30 seconds. I'm just looking back through the field. At roughly halfway, we've got Elis Bacon in 7th place. She was a roughly 70-44.
ขอบคุณคุณสุพันธ์สำหรับดาว10ดวงครับผม
But if she can hold on, hopefully that her mum's record will be still on target.
ขอบคุณคุณบูมนิชาสำหรับดาว99ดวงครับ
World record. And around about this point, so 26 seconds is what we're seeing at that last time check. I don't think it looks like she's eating into that gap much. And to just Asefa, she said that she thinks she's in better shape than when she ran her 2:11 world record, and that's quite a claim. And you shouldn't make that sort of claim lightly. And I think Asefa, for me, she was looking to Jepkoskai to say, help me with this pace. And at that point, around about 7 or 8 minutes ago, Justin Jepkoskai didn't really look like she wanted to share the pacemaking duties. I think maybe a game of cat and mouse, Jepkoskai saying, if I hold back for another kilometre, will Asefa just to think I haven't got it in me, and will she take up the running? Because there's a disadvantage here. If you're the athlete that does all the work, it could cost you in the latter miles, and it's too early to think I'm feeling good. These women have got 40-45 minutes left to go. They've still got to measure their effort really well. So we see some of the other athletes coming across the line here in the wheelchair races, trying to keep our eye out for the second place athlete in
ขอบ
the
คุณ
wheelchair
ดาว
race.
10ดวงสำหรับขอบคุณสำหรับดาว10ดวงจากคุณสิงตาตาวนะครับ อ่านชื่อผิดต้องขออภัยด้วยนะครับ
From Boston on Monday. Back to the men, getting over Tower Bridge, and what are we on, 58, 52, so they're literally around the corner from halfway again. And the pacemaker is not at the
ไอ้ยะ
front.
คลิปลิโมยังอยู่นะฮะ
Interesting. So this is really going to
กำลั
start
งจะเข้า
to,
ฮาล์ฟ
as we
แล้ว
talk about a lot
20
in
โล
these
แล้วครับ
marathons. It is hard to find pacemakers. They do a
ขอบคุณคุณแพ็กเกจ
fantastic
ด้วยนะครับ
job. It's
สำหรับ
taken for
เรียนกาแฟ
granted
เข้ามา
how they have to metronome extremely fast paces and try and keep the splits even and go for as long as they can. To a certain extent, I feel like pacemaking duty, especially getting to 30-35k, is harder sometimes than running the whole marathon themselves just for yourself. So these athletes are going to have a lot of, this group is huge. I mean, what are we looking at? We're close to 10 athletes, and we're coming up to 20k, so they're going to be just outside the 61 minutes, maybe just close to the target pace. But there's going to be a lot of chop and change now, and they're going to look at each other, because again, that competition is going to start to really put question marks as who's going to take this pace on.
Nice little graphic there on our screen reminding you that Tower Bridge is a busy part of London normally, but not Sunday morning. It's busy with pedestrians normally. Hordes of traffic going over it. This is the look at the Phil Sessman group. I think they were targeting 2 hours 6:30 for Phil Sessman. The other athletes are in there. Bouchan, the Australian athlete, new Australian national record holder, being paced by Brett Robinson, who used to hold that record. I think that's a decent
ทำไม
level
เหมือน
of
ปิกาจูเริ่ม
camaraderie there.
เหนื่อยแล้ว
Closer
ฮะ
look here
เริ่มไม่
at
โผล่
this
มา
group.
แล้ว
Mohammed
Delay
is
มากครับ
in this pack alongside Sundar Moen as well, the Norwegian national record holder. We had heard perhaps that Mohammed was going to hold back in one of the slower groups, so it's great to see
พี่กระจูวิ่งทั้งวันแล้ว
Mohammed,
ฮะ
the fourth place
น่าจะเหนื่อย
finisher from last year, right up in the mix with this group, and he's been training in Morocco, Mohammed, so he can observe Ramadan but still be able to train. They leave the lights on in the training facilities there in Ufrain till 2 a.m. So Mohammed has spent much of the last few weeks there in Morocco, and the challenge of training alongside Ramadan is something that Safan Hassan has spoken very eloquently as well about. It's even more complicated than your average marathon training, trying to observe Ramadan alongside it. But this group, that's a lovely size of group. They look like they're moving well, and Phil Sussman, he's been quite confident in thinking that he can run a personal best, and he'd love to be first Brit again here in the London Marathon.
He would, and I think to put in perspective, that a big fundamental difference with these guys compared to the group ahead is these guys are all thinking about times. They're not going to be worrying too much about position. Position's nice, but they're all going to actually work together. When the pacemakers drop out, they all have this common goal to run as fast as they can, and that's a big difference between the guys at the front who are looking to win.
So Manuela Shah is
Haven't had the next splits. We're waiting for the update for the women's only world record, but they certainly don't look like they're relinquishing that pace at all. But at some point, I would fully expect them to. There we go, the graphic. There we go. That's what we
Right
wanted to
on
see.
cue.
Right on cue. It's like they're listening to me in the studio. But again, I mean, that suggests to me, those splits, that again they're still feeling on top of it. The fluctuation will be to do with the course rather than how they're feeling. If you started seeing 220s drifting in, you might think that the pace is starting to bite a bit. But we're still, I would say, 5, 10, 15 minutes away from where the real marathon kind of halfway point kicks in. And that's interesting, a little move. We're looking for little signs like that. Jocelyn, I tell you, like, she was one of the picks before pre-race from a lot of people, that she had this quiet confidence about her. She is a previous winner. She just goes about her business. When asked about her chances, she just almost smiled. Didn't really want to give too much away because she had partly because she had a lot of respect for her competitors, but also because she just wanted to do her own thing and just turn up and race. And that, when you're playing the long game in the marathon, is important. Not to get wrapped up in the emotion of the kind of fanfare beforehand, and just do the things you need to do. And I think she's been really impressive to this point. Of all the athletes, she's the one that's really put in that kind of patience and tick the boxes that you need to tick in the marathon for the second half. But a save for falling back, I think that's a significant sign for me.
still a big old pack at the front of this elite men's race, led at the moment perhaps by Eliud Kipchoge by the thickness of the vest, but Sebastian Sawe on the other side of the picture here. We have been talking about this young athlete, well, older athlete, for quite some time. Listen, people are trying to make comparisons between Sawe and Kiptum, and the big argument people keep coming up with is his debut of 2:02 came sort of when he was 7 years older than Kelvin Kiptum. It was almost kind of like, oh, he's finally done a marathon. It should have been that good based on his other performances. But Sebastian Sawe, do you think he's an athlete that needs it down in the 2:02 range to beat these other athletes? Does he need it quick? Because if it slows down, then you're looking at Ngai of the Netherlands, who was an Olympic medalist. You're looking at Tamarit Tola, who's a good championship runner. Sawe, he was so quick in the closing stages in Valencia. Do you think he'll try and go earlier today?
I think anything's possible. Do you know what's really interesting about him? Well, two things watching him. He looks so relaxed for someone that's running so fast. I mean, they all look really, really good, don't get me wrong, but Sawe just looks incredibly relaxed. But his coach, Claudio Berardelli, I have to apologies for butchering the name, but he has coached some incredible athletes in his time. Previous London Marathon winners, people that may remember people like Martin Yell, Amos Cabrito, to name a couple. And he said this athlete is like nothing he's seen before. He is doing stuff that in his 1 years of coaching that is just incredible. It's like he's got this incredible athlete that he's trying to almost manage. And it's really exciting, the kind of information that's coming out from the camp, how much they're incredibly impressed with him. And his training partner was third in Boston on Monday. Very, very good run. But so I think whatever happens today, or however he runs this race, I think he's going to be an exciting athlete to follow and watch in the future. I mean, to break a 2-hour marathon, you'd have to set out from the word go with a real purpose. But hey, I think for him, he's just enjoying getting the experience with these massive athletes, these big names. Kipchoge at the front, I mean, he knows how to run a course. I'm looking at him, he knows how to run the tangents. But I think Salway just looks incredibly relaxed, and a lot of the chat in the back rooms are he's really one for the future and could be someone to produce some of the records we've seen the likes of Kipchoge produce. And he could be ready to dethrone him potentially. But we need to talk a bit more about Kiplimo and some of the others as well. We really do, because this field is stacked.
I mean, Timothy Kiplangat here at the front of the race as well, and I think he might be the only man with pink shoes, blue shorts, and yeah, he's got the green number on him, just alongside Eliud Kipchoge here. Timothy Kiplangat, he has run fast, 2:02.55. He's not as experienced as some of the other athletes, but I can't tell whether I like the way he's racing. He's attacking the corners. He's almost making it uncomfortable for Eliud Kipchoge. For me, at the moment, Kiplangat looks like he's trying to break this field apart. Maybe not break away, but just turn it from 8-9 people into 3 or 4. But Kiplangat, I was kind of confused looking at him. He's only a 61-minute half marathon runner. That's pretty slow for a 2:02.55. Like, is he a diesel engine?
ตียังไม่แตกนะฮะยังโยนครบนะฮะ
It's interesting. It's like X plus Y doesn't always equal. That's a terrible analogy, but 1 plus 1 doesn't always equals 2 in a marathon, because you would look at
half plus half doesn't always equal a full marathon.
Yeah. It's the marathon running. I still think fundamentally one of the things I've noticed about marathon running. Yes, the shoe technology has really changed things up. But you still need to have that innate marathon ability, which separates people from being a track runner. And some of these athletes, Kipchoge's got world medal. He beat Garouge in a 5K in 2003, and he's done incredible things in the marathon. But there's other athletes like Matiso, defending champion, who doesn't quite have the track pedigree. A half marathon, Kipchoge 58, I think it is, nowhere near the Kiplimo type. So I think it doesn't always add up. So having a 61 PB is probably a reflection of he hasn't really just attacked one. And sometimes running a marathon, it is hard to run fast half marathons, and we've gotten used to judging everything on times. Look, this is a marathon, not a sprint, to use that cliche. So Petros is really impressing me here. This is quite. He's running with a lot of confidence, but this also might be a reflection of the fact the pace is just ever so slightly kind of knocking back, and he just wants to keep it honest. But there's so many athletes still in this. This is I think it's going to confuse a lot, because
แบบนี้เขาเรียกว่าเปิดก่อนได้ปูด
sort of 18-19 miles is set out for you. You see the pace and you go, right, I've just got to stick with it. Now everyone's going to be doing their own calculations. What do I need to do? What do I think? And they're all going to have their individual aims. I don't think Petros is thinking win. I think he's thinking he has a time aim, so I need to keep this honest, and I'm not really fussed what everyone else is doing. So I don't think this is necessarily a kind of a flexing of his muscles. I think this is just, look, I don't want to put all that effort in the first half just to throw it away over the next couple of miles.
I think that's exactly it. We mentioned perhaps that first 5 kilometres in the wheelchair race, when it's a gimme, you've got to go for it. And at this stage in the able-bodied race, you certainly say, look, come on, we've all come through halfway fantastically well. There's still so many of us. Perhaps for Petros, if he can keep it moving in this 5 kilometres, get them within 10 kilometres of the finish, 10-12 kilometres of the finish, the rest of them will keep it moving. But it's this phase here that does run the risk of pushing the race out towards a 2:4. And I wonder, I mean, Petros, it could be well on for a European record here. Nagai, the other European in this lead pack, just behind, a record held by Bashir Abdi from a few years ago. I think these men will feel they can very much match anything that Bashir Abdi has done. They will have raced him many times on the European circuit.
ลอนดอน 15 องศาผม
Just look, this is for me. This is an injection of pace. It's not ferocious, but I think if anyone is close to their limit, this is gonna find them out. Timothy Kiplangat, who was pushing at the front at the moment, you can see his head bobbing just as we go into the shade of the tunnel. I don't think he's been able to live with this change of pace, and that can be hard when you go from leading to suddenly being swallowed up by a pack and spat out the back. Emotionally, that can be quite hard.
And I always like those kind of mini bridge breaks going under, a bit of fresh air, get out the sun, and but it's also annoying because it's kind of up and down. So back to the women's race, and they've started to do almost like a kind of a back to front kind of scenario. We did see in the other pictures before when we were looking at the men that Safer was in front, so I don't think this is necessarily like they are kind of back and forth who's leading it. So maybe there's a little bit of just keep this pace honest, but there's also going to be an element of Safer's going to feel a little bit more confident about her finish, not just because she's an 800-meter runner, but because she did beat her last year in a sprint. Safer was second, and Koskay was third. So there is going to be a bit of history that does play into the mind, but again, we're still in the territory of a good, what are we looking at, a good 35 minutes to go, and that will still mean that you still have to think like a marathon runner. You're not trying to deal with the last couple of K just yet. You're trying to deliver yourself to that point in the best condition you can, and they will be listening to see if there's a sniff of, is it worth putting in an extra effort? There will be, sort of listening for signs for that, but at the moment they're certainly visually they're not showing any signs of it's worth pushing on the pace, but to try and drop each other. But again, they'll be listening to each other.
ซีฟานหายเลยฮะรอบนี้น่าจะของจริงไม่น่าตามทันนะ โอ้โหยังจะหันไปมองอ่ะโอ้โหคือแบบว่ากลัวซีฟานมาแบบมาตามหลังนะฮะคือแบบถึงขั้นต้องหันไปมองเลยฮะ
At the forefront of so many global races over the last 10-15 years. In fourth place at the moment, two leaders coming through 20 miles, around about 142, nearly 143 there. Asefa, you mentioned she did beat Jep Koskay in a sprint finish in the mile last year, but she lost the sprint finish to Jep Chechir. Paris Jep Chechir won the race. Asefa lost that sprint finish and then didn't get caught by Jep Koskay for me. And Asefa lost the sprint finish in Paris. And they are slowing. Look at these graphics here we've got on the screen. 5:15, 5:11 for 17:18, and then 5:20, 5:18. Is that, again, Chris, you've got the insight here. You've run London Marathon 6 times. You finished in the top 10.
Doesn't feel like it sitting here, I'll be honest. But,
is that the course or is that fatigue?
It's a bit of both, definitely, because that's Canary Wharf kind of area, and it is twisty and turny. It's a real nuisance. I always say to athletes, for my personal opinion, because we talk a lot about 20 miles is halfway. And part of that is because obviously the challenge of a marathon, but also with London, that Canary Wharf is, you almost want to use that as a point to get to where you run as much as you can to feel, because the race starts now. This is it, and this is where they're going to come out back onto the get back on towards the road towards Big Ben. They're not going to see it for a few miles, but they can take confidence. There's not a huge amount of, there you can see on the graphic where we're coming up to Tower of London, past the athlete. Actually, the athlete hotel has moved now, actually, so the pacemakers, hope the pacemakers didn't stop at the bridge, because they've got a long walk.
Check into the old hotel.
But you've got now, I always it is, but I remember someone saying to me, "Oh, you feel like you see Big Ben and it just never gets there." And I was like, "Why are you telling me that? Like, why are you? It's already nerve-wracking enough as it is."
Sebastian Sarway, the second fastest ever marathon debuter, in the lead at the moment. Everyone keeps talking about that big last 5-7 kilometers he did in Valencia. He was behind the lead pack. He drifted away from the lead and just powered through. And ran away from the other athletes that day. He's going faster here. We want to say they've probably got 45, 46 minutes left to go through 25 kilometres in 73 minutes. And that's underneath Kelvin. No, it's just outside Kelvin Kipton's course record. They've just around about 7 seconds, so not much to play with there. But remember, the way Kipton finished, that sub 60 second half, perhaps his course record might live on this year, unless something really crazy happens in this last 15, 17k. Kipchoge looks good, Chris. We haven't necessarily expected that much Eliud Kipchoge today. That's been sort of the mantra this week in all the build-up as well. He's been confident. He said he's in good shape, but everyone else has sort of said, well, surely you can't be.
Well, I think he also is kind of humble enough to sort of say, I'm here to inspire the next generation. He's not come here trying to carry the burden of being the greatest marathon runner ever. He's here to enjoy himself and inspire the next generation. That's his words. And I think he kind of wants to just do the best he can. He loves London, 4 times winner, great history here. He's done all he has, but I think he'll just stick with it for as long as he can because he knows no other way of doing it. But I think I want to draw attention a little bit to Lima at the back. He's run a very candid race at the back, and he actually made a comment again in his press conference that he found the running, doing the long runs quite tough. He actually found them getting to 40k quite hard work. So that jump from those kind of very fast halves to the long runs quite difficult. So he is being very respectful of this. We're seeing a close-up of what a shot there of the 3 athletes with Kipchoge and then Gaye's coming in. The skills, the titles these guys own, and they're all racing. Like Hugh Gresham made the comment, it's harder to win London than the Olympics. I'm sure Tola, you can see there, who is Olympic champion, will sort of have something to say about that. But in so many ways you're right, because you are restricted to 3 athletes per nation at the Olympics, and you're at the mercy of everyone get it right on the day. Whereas with events like this, if an athlete does get ill or something happens, more can come in, as we've seen with Vivian Chariot. And generally speaking, you get that you can have no limit to who you have on the start line. It's probably financials are probably the biggest limit, and London will pay to have the best athletes, and Tola's here to pick up his work.
สวัสดีคนไทยทั้ง 7,190 ท่านด้วยนะฮะเชียร์ใครก็คอมเมนต์กันเข้ามาได้เลยฮะผมตอนนี้ตัวตึงอยู่ครบครับเชียร์ใครก็คอมเมนต์กันเข้ามาได้เลย
Titles, Kipchoge, Tola, and they're right there side by side.
ผ่านครึ่งทางมาแล้วนะฮะ
I said it in my build-up, Alexander Matiso, the reigning champion, and no one's making that much fuss about him. Sarway's stolen the headlines with that great debut. Jacob Kiplimo is stolen the headlines by the half-marathon world record and debuting here. But Matiso must be thinking, come on, guys, I won last year. I've run faster in my build-up than I did last year, and no one seems to be respecting that. But I think he probably welcomed the lack of attention and then the lack of media engagements this week, having less energy to expend on that side of things. But he's having an absolute perfect race. So he's just in the white bib, just on the left-hand side of the picture now, with the white background to Matiso as well there, the black Adidas shorts. That is the defending champion, and he's looking fine.
I think that's the nature of the world now. We are very much drawn to, sensationalism is not the right word, but almost like a catch or a thing to be able to hang on to something. And I think what a lot of the pre-race attention on Sarway and Kiplimo was as much about what the future holds as much compared to what it is right now. Because Kiplimo's coach talked about he believes he can break condition, just not yet. And Sarway, again, his coach talks about the future. So there was very much a future kind of aspect to the way those guys are being talked about. Matiso is defending champion, and now. Tola is now. Kipchoge is kind of trying to keep at bay these young guns. And
โอ้จะ 7,500 ท่านแล้วนะฮะอันนี้เพจไลฟ์รันนะกำลังไลฟ์สดลอนดอนมาราธอนปี 2025 ไลฟ์สดอยู่นะครับเพจน้องใหม่ไฟแรงนะครับฝากเนื้อฝากตัวกับทุกคนด้วยนะฮะ
Incredible run, and I think all these athletes have some impressive resumes. They really do.
Jocelyn Jetkoski just ahead of Tajist Asefa at the moment here in the elite women's race. 1 hour 50 on the clock. I think they're on for around about 2 hours 15, closing in on Paula Radcliffe's course record that stood for 22 years. That was so iconic when it happened, and it isn't hard to believe it's lasted 22 years. Women's marathon running has moved on now. Of course, that world record all the way down 2:09. We were due to have Ruth Chepngetich here in London, but she withdrew, as did the defending champion Perez Chepchirchir, but we've still got second and third fastest women of all time. Asefa, the second fastest, and there is the third fastest woman of all time. 2 hours 13 for Safan Hassan. And she's working really hard as she moves through Rainbow Road. Last time we saw the time difference, it was 70 seconds. She had a massive buffer over Vivian Cheriot, who's in 4th place at the minute. But perhaps not a dream second trip to London for Safan Hassan.
No, but I mean, she's not going to lose the heart and minds of the audience and everyone around, and this, whatever happened today.
เหมือนซีฟานจะเบาเครื่องแล้วนะฮะ
But I think today, possibly, we might be seeing kind of the repercussions of 4 months off, if that's what she had. I mean, I only took 4 months off.
Hold them to that 3rd place, but the Gathics behind Vivian and Co are going to be gunning a
ถ้าวันนี้ภาคไม่ดีต้องขออภัยด้วยนะพอดีว่าผมไม่ได้ภาคครับผมบ่นครับ ต้องขออภัยคนดูที่รำคาญผมด้วยนะฮะกำลังจะฝึกพูดอยู่ครับแต่ก็ยังพูดไม่เก่ง
trying to read the other athlete. Drinks. Safe is having a drink. Excellent. Perfect. That'll get her to the finish.
Wow. I do think you were quite right to pick up, Chris, that maybe saw her get something on the very first station 5K, but she didn't seem to take one at 10K. But we haven't seen all the drink stations. But to have a
I'm sure she has, yeah.
I'm sure she has. And 52.12, that's the closest, that's the slowest they've been compared to Paula Radcliffe so far on the course records. They've just got around about 20 seconds ahead of the virtual Paula Radcliffe from 22 years ago. To just Asefa and Jocelyn Jetkoski. I think at this point, Asefa has the more decorated CV in terms of times, in terms of the Olympic silver medal, winning in Berlin when she set that world record. I think this for me, this is almost her race to lose. And Jocelyn Jetkoski should feel like I've got an opportunity here to cause an upset. And both of those mentalities, you need to bring a different level of patience to this level of a marathon. Because if Asefa starts thinking, I should win this, I have to win it, I have to force it, she's going to make a mistake and she's going to go too hard, too early. And Jetkoski, I think she at this stage, when you're exhausted, is it tempting to start thinking, oh, well, second's good, second would be really, second to Asefa is just fine.
I think you're spot on with that analogy. We'll pick that up again when we move back. Back to the men. Again, I mean, splits tell the better picture. There's a couple of drop-offs at the back, or is that the chase group? I'm trying to see behind the bikes. But again, this looks, Sawe just looks so relaxed at the front, and he's happy to be there. I think, again, when you're trying to position yourself, and they've really started now. That's a significant drop-off in pace. 4:48, 4:50. That's really backing off. So I think that's really going to play into the hands of the.
เดี๋ยวหลายคนจะเข้าใจผิดนะคิดว่าเขาวิ่งเพจ4นะระดับอีลิทไม่วิ่งเพจ4แน่นอนฮะอันนี้หน่วยเป็นไมล์นะฮะไม่ใช่หน่วยเป็นกิโลเมตรเดี๋ยวเข้าใจผิดนะครับระดับนี้ไม่วิ่งเพจ4แน่นอน โอ้จะ 8,000 คนแล้วมันจะเป็นไปได้ไหมสำหรับเพจน้องใหม่คนดูจะถึง 10,000 คนนะครับ
Keeps piling it on, but when it goes wrong, he doesn't. He has had some bad races. He has had the odd DNF, but he's a confidence runner. When it's going well, you don't want to be in his slipstream because he'll just keep going.
We were talking about Tola just before we moved back to the women's race, and he to me on paper, you mentioned that course record in New York, which really needs to be respected. But is he a man for a hilly course? I mean, what he did in Paris, the way he broke away from the field up one of the massive hills at the Olympic Games, I thought it was a crazy move, a really stupid move, but he made it stick. So I think you're right, he has this ability at this stage in the race to do a big old move and just blow the field apart. We're just trying to spot who that is that's drifted off the back of the field. I don't think it's Kip Limo. I think I saw Kip Limo. No, Kip Limo's tucked at the back of the group. I think it's Kip Langat who's just struggling off the back of that. I think we've still got Jacob Kiplimo just behind Nagay. We don't have to panic, yeah, because he's a man. We know the track credentials he's got as well. Is that him just moving? No, he's still stuck at the back of the pack. Because I think all the reports about Jacob Kiplimo where he's got to chill for that first half and then he can go for it. But Tola, I love your analogy there of the instinctive racing. For me, if Tola wants to win, I think he's going to try and lay down a huge 5K pretty soon.
Yeah, and that's how he likes to race. And, you know, even there, I'm looking at the cameras, I felt like he just did a little bit of something just to assess and get to read the information a little bit. But again, this is a big field. I mean, we're at 126, and that's largely, I think, for me, come down to the fact we lost the paces so early. And I think there's a lot of confusion, what's going on. There's almost like this buzz of bees kind of manoeuvring themselves around. But we're coming up to Canary Wharf. These corners and how you take them are going to... How you come out of Canary Wharf, if you feel like you've got your legs under you when you come out of Canary Wharf, it's game on. You come out of Canary Wharf and feeling a bit like your bum's starting to fall to the ground, a bit scraping on the ground, you know it's a long way to go. So these guys are... We're going to start to see some... I like to call these the moving miles. I'm taking that from golf and the moving round on the third round of a Masters. Fantastic watch. And these are kind of the moving miles where you really start.
อย่าทำอย่างนี้สิโอ้โหอุตส่าห์ชมว่าภาพปีนี้คมชัดที่สุดแล้วไม่เคยกระตุกไม่เอาอย่างนี้สิ อันนี้แอดไม่ได้แกล้งนะฮะ
I think there's going to be some big movements happening over the next mile, and they're all just going to be kind of looking. This crowd will put people off making too big of a move.
Kiplimo made an important move round Elliot Kipchoge. This group is just starting to spread out for a bit, and Elliot Kipchoge looked brilliant about half a mile ago, and all of a sudden he's just dropped his pace and he's just fighting to stay in contact at the back of this group. Jacob Kiplimo was really attentive there. He moved straight round Elliot Kipchoge to make sure he was on the back of this group. I think Kiplimo is content to be at the back, as is Nagai. We mentioned he's the New York Marathon champion after that disappointment of dropping out of Paris when he was trying to get on the podium for a second time. Nagai, I think, was the first European World Marathon major winner for Yonks. It was really great for the Dutch athlete to take that win. He's been happy to sit at the back and not do much, as has Matizzo, whereas... from Kip Coach when he's in such esteemed company with all these men with 202.
I was going to say, with him, it's like one of those things with the marathon. Like he's kind of had quite a big rise to form. He was a 7th in red calf in 59.53 earlier this year. But the point with someone like him, he's the kind of athlete that can kind of surprise on the day because he is on this upward trajectory. You know, a lot of athletes like Kiplimo come onto this with a lot of kind of history of performances, but one of the unique things we're starting to see is a lot of athletes are coming into marathons without much background and having this rapid ability to mix it. Partly maybe it's the getting the better of him a little bit here.
It's a real shame. I think Elliot Kipchoge has put together a very good 90 minutes here at the London Marathon, but
won't be a cheap 90 minutes either.
I think that won't. I mean, he's got his drink fine. Let's have a look. Kiplimo on his debut. That's important to be able to get your drinks. Well, Salway didn't go for a drink there, Chris. Sebastian Salway didn't bother. He's pushed on. I think it's bold. It's a good opportunity to have the opportunity to do a
Limo.
move, but to do that without taking a drink, that's a risk, surely.
You would think, but to a certain extent, that feels like a very deliberate thing. He's got the experience of a very positive experience of what he did at Valencia, and we're looking at
ถ้าผมเป็นคนที่ยืนอยู่เมื่อกี้ผมจะเดินไปเก็บขวดน้ำเก็บโชเก้ครับ รีบใส่กระเป๋าอย่างไวเดี๋ยวคนเห็น
2 hours in the elite women's race. Tajis Asefa and Jocelyn Jetkowski have been alone at the front of this race since around about halfway. They had a pacemaker for another few miles after that, but the rest of the athletes, first Magerto Alemo dropped away, and then Safan Hassan, the Olympic champion, couldn't live with the pace that these two were going at. 35 kilometres, 1:52.12, so they're still underneath course record pace, still on course for a women's only world record. Sefa and Jetkowski working well together. And Sebastian Sarway has turned that mini break at the drink station into a significant lead here. They've still got half an hour or so to go. This is a long, long way out. He moved at 7k to go in Valencia. It's more like 10k to go here. That's a big, hard, long move from a long way out.
This is really ballsy. I have to say, we talked about this before the race. What if someone made a move and then it becomes about this chase group? Because it happened in Boston. The gap opened between the leader and the chase group to about a minute, and in the end it ended up only being about a 10-15 second win. I forget the exact numbers, and it kind of was deceptive. Now this is going to be his confidence coming. One of the most incredible finishes. Either way, this story is really starting to fold, and it's just as we said, as you come out of Canary Wharf and you've got that last 10k along the river, things start happening, and we're going to the progression of the paces here.
โอเค30 โลแล้วฮะตอนนี้
To put it in perspective, we're seeing a lot of 14:20 to 14:40s. His last kind of 5k when he ran his debut in Valencia, he ran 14:07 5k pace for 7k. So for an extra 2k over the 5k distance. So he's got it in his locker to produce an incredible finish. So we need to keep an eye on the watch. But that chase group, you can see Kip Limo in the background leading the chase pack.
And there's been a small break in the women's race as well. I'll just try and catch up with them. There they are, just going underneath the tunnel here. Tajis Asefa has opened up a gap ahead of Jocelyn Jetkowski. For me, Tajis Asefa has looked more confident throughout the entirety of this race. She was always checking her watch. It made me a bit anxious that she wasn't just relaxing and settling into her pace, but perhaps Tajis Asefa, the Olympic silver medalist, just knew she felt good, knew she was on for a good day, and she didn't want to let that chance slip away. She's been trying to work with Jetkowski to keep this pace moving, but I think she's finally lost her patience as we enter into the last couple of miles here in the women's race, and she's gone, I want the course record at London Marathon. I want the women's only world record. I used to have the outright world record. That's gone. Race winning move from Tajis Asefa.
A race simulation, and that was what was going on, and it's looking like that was the case. I think there was a lot of doubt before the race as to how true that was, but from the word go, she's clearly had a purpose. She looked a bit itchy for me, but this is very much an athlete that's got a bee in her bonnet, and she's come here to set almost second Olympics. It's nothing bad about that, don't get me wrong, but with the way that finish went, she clearly in the press conference was very angry about the knock, felt that that Hassan was encroached in her space, was a bit angry, and she's come here and she's just literally hammering home this victory, and I'm sure she's going to take great delight in the fact not only she's won this race, but she's given Hassan a bit something to think about going forward. But like I said before, you annoy a safer, now it's balls in your court, Hassan, potentially. I know we haven't finished, but it does look like this is a winning lead.
It's a big move to just Asafa. And it has been a big move from Sebastian Sarway as well. The lift in pace, I mean, even if he just falter in the last 3 or 4K and slow down ever so slightly, the damage he's doing here, I can't wait to see what his mile splits have been doing. How this pace will have lifted. There we go, thank you very much. 440 for mile 919, 418 for mile 20. That is some serious pace, and he's still got another 5 miles left to go after that. Can he maintain that, Chris, or has he put this in and he's going to have to back off now?
I'm trying to do the quick maths in this. Like 66 is 27:30 pace for 10K. So hang on, 60. That's inside 27:30 pace for 10K. That's what? Who is this guy? What's going on? Like that's mile 20 as well. He's still got another just over 6 to go. I mean, look, hey, he's nowhere near finished this. He's nowhere near won that. But that's we can see now why the gap's opened. But that gap looked like it was a good 10, from what I could tell, eyeballing it, a good 10, 12 seconds. So the other guys have picked up. It's not like they've slowed. They've all picked up. He's just picked up more than the rest. So he's now got to keep this going, because the other guys are clearly feeling good because they have picked up the pace. But he's going to have to see this through. And this is 10K is a long way. And last time he let the group go and then he came back and he did it from 7K. So let's see how this unfolds. But this is a big, bold move against a very big, impressive field.
Tajis Asafa doesn't have that long left to go here in London. She's on the embankment. And she's still looking really, really good, Tajis Asafa. She's clearly lifted her pace, she's clearly squeezed it, and she's absolutely destroyed Jocelyn Jatkowski. We can't see her in the back of the shot. 5:03, 24th mile. Ouch! Look at that from Asafa.
What's going on?
We knew the pace was dropping. We knew they were easing off, and it did look like Asafa was getting impatient. Perhaps she had it in her mind. You know, if we get to, if we're only this at 35K, I've got to go. If I can get near to the time that I think I'm capable of. Asafa, she still looks full of running. I wonder if we'll see her keep her foot on the pedal the whole way to the finish, or whether she'll just be confident to break the championship record, or whether she wants to take it as low as she possibly can.
I think she wants the win, but interesting, if you do the maths roughly, she's coming up to the 25th mile, so we should have a split for that coming up. So it's not like she's got 2 miles to go. She is just over a mile. She's coming up to Big Ben. We'll probably see the London Eye on the right at some point if the camera goes that way, but she just looks like she's running with a face of just firm kind of aggression, a real kind of classy kind of, I've come here to do a job and I'm doing it and I'm seeing it through. She has had the odd sort of look back a bit all over in that regard, but that's clearly part of right in cue, she takes a drink. I mean, I talk a lot about athletes taking these drinks, but I think that's one of the big changes to a marathon these days, is the importance that athletes, and especially coaches, when they're communicating to
even though she
ฝ่ายหญิงถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดก็คิดว่าเกมน่าจะไม่พลิกแล้วนะ
fuel. No, it's not. But just
แอสเซฟาน่าจะได้ที่หนึ่ง
taste in your mouth.
brain that you've still got energy, because that's part of what happens in the marathon. You're running out of energy, so just taking a swig will just give her mentally a boost and that ketone effect to see her through the last mile or so, and it's not actually going to get into her muscles, but it's all part of the mind game. So looking like just inside women, she's going to have to hold on here, because that's tight.
28:47 at 40 kilometres. She has gone the wrong side of Paula Radcliffe's splits for that course record. And she is still looking full of running here, Asafa. And I wonder, you at this point in the race, you're absolutely exhausted. You've managed to break your competitors and you're in the lead. Is there anything left in your mental resolve to say, let's just smash this last mile, let's just go as fast as possible? Or do you just, it's that sort of fight or flight? You're not in a dangerous situation anymore. You haven't got that sort of fear to draw on. Surely you're just going to slow down a little bit.
I think with the nature of the way this race has been run, because it's very much about there's London Eye in the background, is very much how it's run to that point and the level of fatigue you're carrying into it. Looking at Sarway's body language, it looks a little bit more laboured. He's looking at his watch, a little bit more of a grimace. This is the gap looks. I'm trying to see in the background. This is very hard to read, but again, this is not a foregone conclusion. That by no means write off what the athlete's chasing behind, because not just because they're world-class athlete. I see a bike in the background, so I bet this athlete's not far. Yes, I'm right. Kiplimo is quick. But this is about, has Sarway gone too soon? Has he gone too hard? I certainly feel like if he'd have waited a couple more K,
ยังไหวดูจากหน้าตาแล้วยังไหวครับ
to go or 6K, you'd have a bit more confidence you can hold it. But he's going to get to this mile or two to go, and he's going to be feeling it. He's a world-class athlete, and he can hold on. But this is going to tell us a lot about him and his resolve and how he goes. And it's getting hot now. I haven't seen many of them take any cooling off like sponges or anything like that, and that's something again that certainly with the athletes I help spoke about, that you need to make certain you preempt getting hot. So these are all things that are going to play in. We've still got a good 20 minutes to go here. This is hotting up, to use that analogy.
Well, it is Jacob Kiplimo, I think, there in second place. All on his own. There was a couple of them
คนที่ 2 ตามหลังมานี่น่าจะคิปลิโม่นะ ถ้ามองไม่ผิด
But I haven't seen Sebastian Sarway look back.
น่าจะ
seems to have ignored any drink station there. There were a lot of drink stations out for the elites. But Sebastian Sarway, if he looked over his shoulder, he would see the wonderful Jacob Kiplimo.
ชื่อซาเวครับไม่ใช่ซาเวียครับ
Still Jacob Kiplimo there in second place. That's not
เฮ้ยคิปลิโม่เหมือนเริ่มตามมาติดๆแล้วนะรองเท้าเขียวใช่คิปลิโม่ครับ
However, Tajus Asefa, I think, does have a winning lead. She's just entering birdcage walk here in the women's race. 2 hours 12 on the clock. Which at this point in the race in 2024, there was a group of them. There was 4 of them alongside each other, pushing and shoving, pushing each other in terms of pace, and clashing around that final corner. Tajus Asefa did clash with Perez Chepchirchir and had to settle for second place, but she's got the road all to herself for these final few right-hand turns. She's opened up nearly a minute ahead of Jocelyn Jepkoskai, and Safan Hassan is 3 minutes behind in third place, but Havan Dese is closing the gap on Safan Hassan. Dese just 30 seconds away from the podium at the moment. That's going to be a real pressure moment for Hassan in these closing miles. But Tajus Asefa, thanks to a wonderful last 10-15 minutes, has given herself a nice calm finish to the 2025 London Marathon.
Is there such a thing as a calm finish to a marathon? Even if you're feeling good, the crowd, the buzz. Do you know what? It's one of those funny things you get to this point. Even the greatest athletes must feel that almost, I just want to get there now. And that sort of, if you're in, for that dream state where you're kind of running on sand and you can't really move, it's almost like, it's not quite like that, but there's almost like your brain starts picturing the finish line before it's actually happened, and you have to remember that you have to get there. And so there's kind of that mind game you start playing between enjoyment, fatigue and all that. But hopefully she'll break into a smile and realise that she's done what any world-class athlete should do when they're disappointed. Again, I say silver medal at the Olympics is not disappointing, but for her, she's unwritten a wrong. She felt that she deserved that Olympic gold medal, and winning the London Marathon is as big an event as it comes. Winning any marathon major is huge, and Olympic marathon is huge, but now she's got a silver medal and what looks like, I think she might just be outside the women's only world record, but she won't care. She's come here to do a job and to win, and she's going to do it in style.
Those times to keep an eye on: the course record of Paula Radcliffe that stood for 22 years, 2 hours 15:25. I think that's going to be too far for Asefa at the moment. She's not passed through the 385 yards to go in front of Buckingham Palace. The women's only world record, the mark set by Perez Chepchirchir when she won here in London Marathon last year, 2 hours 16:16. There she goes, underneath, 385 yards to go, in front of Buckingham Palace. To just Asefa could very much break the women's only world record if she can keep the pace on, keep the pressure on here. She's had a wonderful career so far, to just Asefa, and she's still pretty young. Arrived on the scene with that world record run of 2:11.53, breaking Bridget Koskai's world record by over 2 minutes. That's now the second fastest mark of all time. She came second here to Perez Chepchirchir in the London Marathon in 2024. She's struggling to find the right route here, but she's going to the arms. She's driving here to just Asefa. It was silver in Paris in the Olympic Games, and she's trying.
โอ้โหสุดจัดอาเซฟา2 ชั่วโมง 15 นาที 49 วินาทีครับผมลอนดอนมาราธอนปีนี้เป็นของอาเซฟาครับฝ่ายหญิงครับผมยินดีด้วยครับจากทีม Adidas
Right, Chris, I think the just keeping an eye on what's happening in second and third here. Jocelyn Jepkosgei was in second place for a long time. She had fallen a minute or so behind to just Asefa, but there is a charge on from Halvin Desi of Ethiopia. Halvin Desi is going to have her first podium finish in a major marathon for sure. She has managed to get herself ahead of Sifan Hassan.
Well, it'll be her first finish of a major marathon. She's DNF'd a few. She is winner of Rotterdam. She is winner of Osaka, but she's yet to finish a marathon major. What better way to do it on a podium?
A very tired Jocelyn Jepkosgei passes through. 385 yards to go. A nervous look over her shoulder. Jocelyn
นี่ครับซีฟานัสซานครับเข้าอันดับ3ครับผมยินดีด้วยครับ2 ชั่วโมง 18.59 ครับเปิดเสียงไม่ได้จริงๆอ่ะฟังแบบลอยๆไปก่อนแล้วกันมันมีเพลงพอได้ยินกันใช่ไหมครับ
finish a major marathon, obviously a world-class athlete in her own right, and I'm sure that will do her conference a lot of good. But Asefa just a
minute on her. I mean, she really closed hard to get that women's only world record. It drifted a bit, but to throw in a 5:03, I'm interested to see what her last 5K was, because that was impressive. It felt like she was.
But she got it, and she just the contrast in the way she finished that three athletes actually. They've all. It's funny. You win the race and you kind of have a spring in your step, and it's not that the other athletes don't have a spring of happiness, but obviously if you don't win, it's because you've probably gone to the well that little bit more. But fantastic racing, and I think that was a well-deserved victory, and no jostling or no elbow barging. And
ฮัสซันตื่นเต้นครับลืมใส่นาฬิกามาครับ
Jet Koskei and Safer embracing in that kind of a mutual respect for what they've done. But she felt that last 100. That was treacle. That was that dream state running I was talking about. But she did great. And Hassan, what an athlete, and I'm sure she'll be proud to finish on the podium.
Hassan closed up a lot of time on Jocelyn Jet Koskei in the
Last 5k there. The gap back to Hassan was
อิลิทใช้เปิดมาก็คลิปริโมก็แซงแล้วครับเชื่อผมเถอะ
It certainly wasn't that by the time we got to the finish line, but their race is done, their day is done here in London to just a
ไม่ต้องซีเรียสครับไม่ต้องซีเรียสดูกันสนุกสนุก
Jocelyn Jet Koskei second, and Safan Hassan another podium finish in third.
มาแล้วครับอิลิทเมนอ้าวยังเป็น
Sebastian Sawe still out in the lead
Sawe
here in
นำอยู่
this
นะ
men's
ฮะ
race with around about 10 or 11 minutes left to go. Did see some lightning quick mile splits from this guy at 4:18 the 20th mile, and he is still moving well. I think he's perhaps eased off that aggressive pace when he made the breakaway from the pack. Last time we saw the man, you could see Jacob Kiplimo in the background, and if he gets a sniff at Sebastian Sawe here, we can have a wonderful last 4 or 5 kilometres.
Oh my words, 13:56 5k. Oh my word, that's really.
You think there's an error in the time?
No, I back the guys doing it, but God, I felt that just sitting there. I don't know what to say about that. That's incredible. Yeah, I mean, he's.
ตากล้องครับขอชมหลังหน่อยครับมีใครตามมาไหม ขอชมหลังหน่อยขอชมหลังโอ้โหไม่มีใครตามฮะคลิปลิโมผมหายไปไหนอะหายเฉยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยไกลแล้วนะ
Kiplimo's not running slowly here. Like, for that gap to be like that, Kiplimo probably ran in the region of a 14:25 5k, so he picked it up. I mean, that's so Sarway's had to put in a real shift to open that gap up, and he's not letting up. Those rises, again, they're just nuisances, and you get more crowds on the right-hand side as you're running because you can't get on the left. But he'll get that welcome relief of running next to the Thames shortly, seeing the London Eye. I'm sure he won't stop off for a quick visit.
เดี๋ยวคือพี่แกเปิดตั้งแต่โล30อะโคตรโหดนะครับ
Another very, very impressive marathon, and I think his coach is right. I think we're watching something very special, but I'd love to know what his overall split's looking at, because he's obviously had a look. I wish he could communicate with us what he's doing, but it'd be interesting to see, because I think this is with that kind of pace, that can render itself to a negative split, certainly.
Well, we saw that 59.45 from Kelvin Kipton when he set the course record in 2023, and this is a man that's clearly capable of a sub-60 second half as well. And Sebastian Sawe, you already mentioned the coaching stable he comes from, the Italian coach Claudio Baladelli. He coached the likes of Martin Lau, Evans Chibet, two-time Boston Marathon champion, one-time New York Marathon champion, Benson Kiprutu, who run Boston Marathon. This training group, I think you surround yourself with greatness, it normalises it. And you almost say, well, yes, I do deserve to win a World Marathon Major because that's what all my mates do, they're all around me. And it gives you that confidence and that belief. And the question marks this week have really been around
and
เขาชื่อเซบาสเตียนซาเวครับ
experience at marathon when you can wait and really nail it.
We for a coach like him, he's got a lot of learnings from these previous athletes. A lot of 21 years of coaching is a long time, and when you coach the best, my coach Mark Rowland always used to say, you have to coach the best to really learn the finer, intricate details of elite running, whatever the distance is. And he's got a stable of athletes and a coach who really know their trade and really understand it. And there seems to be a lot of purpose and reason behind every decision they make. Even here, like, I felt like missing a drink station at roughly 30k was, why would you do that? 31k, whatever it was. And that's when he made his move. And we're entering 6-7 minutes to the end, and at the moment it looks like it was the right thing to do, and clearly something the coach had probably said, you're fine to do it. So let's see him to the end. But I think when you have that history of learnings from the group and the stable, I think you're seeing potentially not just a great athlete, but a lot of years of experience going into potentially a very interesting journey that we're going to see going forward. And now he's going to have a drink. It's again, a lot of this drink will be around just trying to give the brain the information that you're okay. It's not really about getting it into the muscle. It's very much about just letting the body know.
But then to take that science and apply it to an atmosphere, to a nation like Kenya, where it's all instinct. He's loved kind of marrying up that scientific diligence to actually what works out there with these real people in the real world, especially a nation like Kenya that has so much talent and such a culture of endurance running. Jacob Kiplimo has done a fantastic job of damage limitation here. On his debut, the Ugandan is in second place, just 46 seconds behind it. I think that's fine when Sebastian Sawe has gone underneath 14 minutes for a 5k split.
I couldn't agree with you more, because that's what I said. Like,
ดูลอนดอนมาราธอนกันจบแล้วอย่าลืมกดติดตามเพจน้องใหม่ไฟแรงชื่อไลฟ์รันด้วยนะครับฝากเนื้อฝากตัวด้วยนะครับผมคนดู 9,600 คนดูเยอะกว่ายอดคนฟอลอีก
moving forward, and for Kiplimo to trying to take a step back, 14:20 for that 5k again. You know, you put in a 13:56. I'd like to think the next one's going to be a bit slower. I mean, he's nearly broken 28 minutes for 10k there. I mean, that's going to be all over the stats when you get the race breakdown afterwards of how that compares to other races. But he's kept the pressure on, and I think Kiplimo's done a fantastic job, like you say, is keeping this damage limitation. I think he should be, as long as he sees it out, he'll go away having a bit more of an understanding of not just the event, but what he needs to do and where the marathon event's at. Because, you know, Hassan talked a lot about how Ruth Chepngetich, world record of 2:09 set a bar. And so these athletes are always looking at where these bars are being set to try and go away, compete and do better. 4:53, that's doesn't really reflect the 14:20. So I'm assuming that's like that he probably threw in a fast 7k to 8k and then a k a bit slower just to pull it back. But hey, listen, he's running quick. You'd like to think he's going to get tired. As great as an athlete it is, you'd like to think. And what a shot of Big Ben in the background, freshly cleaned up from a couple of years ago and all nice and glistening. I wonder if he looked at the clock of that, not just his watch, but yeah.
Yeah, don't need to check your watch. You've got the biggest clock in.
Yeah, biggest clock in London.
Just behind you. But Sebastian Sawe, for me, he is slightly faltering here. The cadence has gone a bit. There's a bit of a grimace, and when you look straight on, there's a bit more sort of deviation in the running styles. There should be, because of what he's just done.
Well, he's running a marathon. I mean,
what can you ask for?
Give the guy a break.
but I think it was I wonder if he wanted to see what happened if he went with 10k to go, and what's happened is yes, he's only got an insanely quick 5 or 7k in him, but it was a low risk strategy, because if you've got that 14-minute, sub 14-minute 5k in your locker, you're going to have a big enough gap that you're okay. And I think Sarway, I think you could see him try this tactic again. I was wondering if he held that pace all the way to 10k next marathon.
โอ้ยคนดู 10,000 คนแล้วโอ้โหสุดยอดครับสวัสดีครับผม
Put other athletes onto the back foot to feel like they're almost helpless. So a lot of the time in life, you think you really find out who you are when you're under the biggest amount of stress and the biggest amount of fatigue, and you really find out your true.
ก่อนที่จะจบวันนี้นะฮะก็ขอขอบคุณผู้สนับสนุนทุกท่านนะฮะที่เลี้ยงกาแฟเข้ามาแล้วก็ผู้ส่งดาวด้วยนะครับแล้วขอบคุณกลุ่มไลฟ์รันนะครับที่ช่วยกันหารเพื่อให้ได้ดูงานนี้ได้นะครับถ้าไม่มีกลุ่มไลน์กลุ่มนี้นี่ไม่ช่วยกันหารนี่คือแบบแอดก็ไม่รู้จะเอาจากไหนมาซื้อแพ็กเกจมาให้ทุกคนดูนะครับขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆครับทั้งหมด 1300 กว่าคนครับขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับ
Be forgiven for all those different things, because he did what he needed to do to win this race, which at 11k to go, he broke the hearts of the other athletes of a world-class field, and I think we're seeing the start of a very exciting journey. And I think this is going to probably be just outside a negative split, but I think we're seeing someone very exciting, and he's going under the, was it 385 yards to go? Yards? We're in UK. What's what yards?
Sebastian Sarway has put on a masterclass here in London. He's going all the way over to the left-hand side. Wants a closer look at Buckingham Palace. There are the.
So fast he needs to take the apex of the curve. Sebastian Sarway
อ่ะ
unleashed
ฟังจากไมค์เอาแล้วกันเพราะเขาเปิดเพลง
kilometre split from 30 to 35k, and he's left the rest of the field in his wake. He's going to be very close to his lifetime best. He's the 5th fastest marathoner of all time, and here in his debut in the World Marathon Major
ฟังจากไมค์ได้ยินเสียงเพลงไหมครับ
in London, his second
เขาเปิดเพลงดังมาก
he is going to be the winner of the 2025 London Marathon. He joins the likes of Eliud Kipchoge, Kelvin
เดี๋ยวผมขอปิดไมค์เลยแล้วกัน สวัสดีคนไทยทุกคนนะครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับขอบคุณที่เข้ามารับชมนะครับขอฝากเนื้อฝากตัวสำหรับเพจน้องใหม่ไฟแรงด้วยนะครับเพจไลฟ์รันนะครับอย่าลืมกด follow นะครับยังมีงานดีๆให้ดูอีกเพียบเลยนะฮะคลิปลิโมเข้าอันดับ2ฮะเดบิวต์มาตอนแรกโอ้โหดูคู่นี้ครับโอ้โหเฮ้ยเดือดอย่าเพิ่งออกครับอย่าเพิ่งออกเฮ้ยใครได้ใครอ่ะมันเยาป่ะมันเยาเข้าก่อนป่ะครับ
down the street for 26.2 miles, over 2 hours, and you still need a photo finish. Tabaret Tola, erasing the DNF from last year, the Olympic champion, backs up that performance with a 5th place here in the London Marathon.
That's a fantastic run as well. I think these are great runs from all the athletes, and I think we will get reports of the weather getting a little bit hot towards the end, but as soon as we get the result of who finished third, as if we don't know, that's absolutely incredible. But just look at that.
Four towels, haven't they? Just you know, everyone get a towel ready for.
Oh, here he is.
Oh, what a run from Eliud Kipchoge, 6th place. That is a phenomenal effort from the 4 successful athlete in the able.
อ้าวเฮียคลิปมาครับ2 ชั่วโมง 5 นาที 24 วินาทีครับสุดยอดแล้วเฮียคลิปในวัย 40 ปีวิ่งได้ขนาดนี้ก็สุดแล้วอ้าวมายินดีกับคลิปลิโม่ครับยินดีกับซาเวย์ด้วย
I think that's a fantastic.
Is the B standard, I think, for qualification, so he's going to be just outside that, unfortunately, but he does have times from last year. But this is his progression. He put in a real effort after halfway, and he suffered a little bit in the last 5K, but he's clearly run a very
well, right until the very end, his final appearance on Easter Sunday, he dedicated his words, his Urbi blessing, which someone else read for him, but he dedicated it to the people suffering war, and he has always been a voice for the people in countries where everything is being destroyed by arms. Pope Francis has been #1 advocate for disarmament. He's been the #1 advocate for solutions to be reached, for diplomatic talks to take place. He has reiterated every time he made an appeal that war is a defeat. It's become a slogan.
You have read so often for him at the general audience, which was always an occasion for him to reiterate this appeal. And Francesca, you wrote that lovely farewell.